Game show, and right now we're going to present the MetLife Play of the Month. Matter of fact, it was presented just a few moments ago to Howard Johnson, out on the field by Ann Krakora, big Met fan and a representative from MetLife. And now we're going to take a look at the play. Second game of that three-game series in St. Louis. It was all tied at 4. Top of the 10th inning, and Hojo takes Pat Perry to the bridge, leading the Mets on to victory. Of course, the Mets went on to sweep that series. And right now, coming into tonight's action, the Mets 4.5 behind the St. Louis Cardinals. They've been as much as 10.5 games out of first place. Whitey Herzog was depressed. Howard Johnson was very happy. And once again, Ann Krakora presenting the award to Howard Johnson as a recipient of MetLife Play of the Month. Coming up in just
an earned run average of 2.52. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Kiner. 3-2. Hard ground ball, base hit, and Keith Hernandez wins the battle. Gets a base hit, and that brings up Darryl Strawberry. Darryl hitting .278, 25 home runs, 63 runs batted in. Has a modest 4-game. And this ball hit high in the air to deep center field, way back, going, and it is gone. Goodbye. Darryl Strawberry with a 2-run home run, and the Mets lead it by 2.
Again, Darryl Strawberry, he's in that groove now. We talked about it last night. He hit a long home run last night. Here's a fly ball over the center field fence. Toughest thing about that home run is when he shook hands with the third base coach. He had it pinned all the way down. You can pull a muscle doing that.
Strawberry's first home run against the Cubs this year.
You know, how did this handshake start? It's been around now for a little while, but when you're 6'6", you got to stay with it.
That's unfair, that question. There's a drive to left field, chasing McReynolds back. It's going. It's gone. Goodbye. Andre with a home run, and he now has 33, and that's his first home run. But Iowa hit .295.
Des Moines. Played in Des Moines, Iowa. AAA affiliate of the Cubs.
Here in the first inning of this ball game. This ball is deep to right, going, gone, goodbye.
Jeez. They're not tied any longer. Third base umpire's coming in. Wait a minute, what's happening here? Now they're going to check the bat again. They're checking the handle for cork. They usually put it in the barrel. Oh, come on, this is his gamer. You can't be doing that to his gamer.
So John Kibler taking Howard Johnson's bat, and he's going to take it into the umpire's room.
Oh, that's a joke. They better check it and bring it right back out. That's a joke. They've already checked his bat this year. You know, it's never been proven. If you put something in the bat that makes the ball go further and cork the ball things.
I don't think it does.
I don't either.
They are definitely taking the bat out of the game. John Kibler, who is the head man in this crew, taking the bat away, and now here comes Davy Johnson. He wants to know what's going on.
You just can't do that to a guy's gamer. Some guys, a lot of players are superstitious, and when they get hot with one bat, they feel it's because of the bat.
I wouldn't doubt that Davy Johnson is going to protest this.
Oh, I don't blame him. You know, go check the bat. They put the cork in the barrel of the bat. It's not that difficult to find out if the bat's loaded up. You have to drill a hole, you have to put the cork in, and then you cover it up, and it's always in the barrel, obviously, unless you get jammed a lot.
Well, the thing that's interesting about this is the fact that if it really did help you hit home runs, everybody in baseball would be using that.
So I didn't think it helped anybody. This guy here is strong. He's been hitting shots out of ballparks, and that's not because of cork. And the pine tar thing that's ludicrous. If anything, the pine tar would impede the progress of the ball going off the bat. It sticks.
It'd cushion it.
Oh, this is insane.
Oh, 1 and 1.
How about that right there? Sandpaper.
Who is that?
Roger McDowell.
That figures. Almost every knuckleball pitcher, they don't throw the ball off their knuckles. They throw it off their fingertips.
That's right.
And their nails are a big part of the knuckleball. And almost every knuckleball pitcher has a file for
Charlie Williams, and Andre's motioning for another bat.
That's right.
He's saying, go ahead.
I'd check this one, too, if he got a hit. He'd have to use somebody else's bat before the night's over. Kibler's not happy. He's going to leave that bat in the ball game.
Andre's going to bring his whole bat order up there. Send a limo for the umpires and have them drive to Louisville, Kentucky and check. Here comes another bat. I love it. This is great.
Here comes Davey.
And now Kibler's argument is going to be, I'm going to be the one to decide whether to check the bat or not. And Davey's going to say, you can't check Johnson's without checking Dawson's. Now you protest the game if I'm Davey. Protest the game. You gotta love it. This is great.
Chaos.
This is wonderful.
Big crowd on hand responding to this.
He's protesting the game. That's why Kibler's going to the dugout, and that's all that Davey Johnson can do. If you check one bat, you got to check the other one. Kibler's calling up to the official scorer, Red Foley, and it'll be announced that the game's being played under protest. Santana and Johnson talking about how his bat is corked. I'll tell you, Danny Ozark wanted me to check George Foster's bat one day in Cincinnati back in 1979. He had just hit a changeup over the center field fence off Randy Lurch. I wouldn't check it. And Johnny Bench was the next hitter. Johnny said, check his arms for cork, not the bat. And I agreed with John. And that's what I think they ought to do. Send his arms in, not his bat. This game's being played under protest.
Good move by Davey to go out and check. I might as well drive Dawson crazy, although they didn't bother him. He wanted another bat. But if he got a hit, I would have checked the second bat, too.
The left heel hit the ground, that unusual swing.
And it's a high fly ball, deep left center field, and that ball's out of here. Andre Dawson hits a home run.
And Gary Carter's looking over at Davey Johnson as if to say, you want me to check it again? Well, the one thing you have done is you've stirred up a hornet's nest. Dawson looks mad.
Yeah, look
at that. That's just wonderful. He made it. All right. Did you ever do that twice? Two in a row. Nice going. He's going to hang it up after that.
0-2 on Dykstra. And he hits the ball into right center field. Hit the ground and died. Now this should be close. The throw, not in time. Good base running by Lenny Dykstra.
Tell you, that was a beautiful baseball play right there. Good base running by Dykstra. A strong throw by Dawson. Watch it, what he has to do after he catches the ball. A lot to do with the feet. Watch the decoy by Paul Noche, who makes a short hop grab to make it close at second. Dykstra running hard all the way. Now watch the ball bounce back to Dawson's left. Now watch Noche, the decoy, acting like, we don't have a play on him, and then boom, he catches the in-between hop and makes the play close.
There's a shot in left field. This will drive in a run. Here comes Dykstra, the throw. He's saved. Oh, his exciting slide. Oh, and Beckman down at second base.
The reason Sundberg went back to make the tag, he didn't think Dykstra touched home plate. And if he did, he got the back part.
Jeez.
I'll tell you, I don't know whether he got the plate. Sundberg may have a point. If he did, he got the back part of the plate.
First baseman, Keith Hernandez.
Oh yeah, he got it right across. Boy, what a slide by Dykstra. That was a remarkable, he looked like Greg Louganis on that.
Well, he scored a run. It's now 4-2 Mets. And Keith Hernandez takes a strike. Wally Backman now down at second base.
Well, I'll tell you, you don't go around the bases in any more excited a fashion as Len Dykstra did. He took a chance going to second, then he dives, touching the plate with his hand after Sundberg did a good job of blocking home plate. Let's watch it again. This is worth another look. Watch Sundberg. He has home plate blocked effectively. Oh, man.
Great
Oh,
slide.
yeah. Oh,
And look at him looking up at the... Boy, I tell you.
Don't you say I didn't touch it. Now it's worth another look. Watch Dykstra. Strong throw by Mumphrey. Everybody did what they could, but Dykstra did just a little bit more.
And great play, Hernandez to Leach. He drops the ball. What a stop by Keith Hernandez.
And you see that look on Keith's face, and the reason he's looking at Terry like that, after a play like this, you really don't know where you are when you come up and you're trying to get the ball as quickly as you can to Leach, and you throw it too hard. And that's why Terry dropped the ball.
Right fielder, Andre Dawson.
That empathetic look that Hernandez
Popped it up. Gary Carter coming back, and he's got room, makes the catch. One down. How about Bull Durham?
nibbling here and nibbling there. If a guy that you think's invincible, then it's more important to stay ahead of that particular guy, because when you get behind him, that for Durham to run.
And there he goes. Swing on miss, strike three. The throw, they got him. Strike him out, throw him out. And that's what Gary Carter did. That'll do it for the Cubs as Carter throws out Durham. At the end of 5.5, that's the score, and we'll return. And he hits a rocket. That ball is gone. Boy, that ball was tattooed. Second home run of the game for Strawberry. Wow. Oh.
What'd you say, Franny might pull a muscle doing that?
That's the truth, isn't it?
Boy, you talk about a rocket.
Oh.
Oh, man. Oh.
And back to live action. Noche makes the play, and McReynolds, he's there.
Got him with a fastball on the corner. A big strikeout for Orozco. One away.
Well, Diad had taken a fastball on the inside corner prior to the hard foul ball off the curveball down the left field line. Orozco coming back in that same spot and picking up a strikeout.
We're in the seventh. Line to left center. McReynolds makes the play. Quinones scores. It's now a tie ball game, but it could have been worse for New York. Another breaking ball, and Charlie Williams wanted to put his right arm up, and he called it a ball. Bases loaded, 2 outs.
Well, he started that right arm up, but then he said ball 4. Carter, of course, arguing with the call. Here it is. And it might have been around the plate. Close pitch to take. But Dawson did and got ball 4. There's Davy Johnson. He can't believe it was not called a strike.
For Leach, and it's up to Orozco. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 5-5 here in the 7th. Oh, and make that 1 and 2 to Mumphrey. Breaking ball, jams him. Johnson to Hernandez, got him. So the Cubs bat around. They tie it with 3 here in the 7th, but the Mets probably thinking it could have been much worse. 5-5, middle of the 7th. Now let's go to Lee Zeidman. Rooting the troops on. Tapper up the middle, tough play. Sandberg, double clutch by Quinones, and the overthrow. It's going to be a base hit for Mookie Wilson.
Well, the only man that can throw Mookie out is Quinones, but he had no grip on the ball, and that cost him. So Mookie beats it out for a base hit. Sandberg would have had no throwing position if he had fielded that ball. The ball gets away, but for the Cubs, it's a fortunate overthrow. High choppers, we look at it again. Quinones cuts it off, and as you saw, had trouble. Ball just
on your screen or at the ballpark, the barrel of the bat below the hands. Houston Astros, originally from Syracuse, and there goes Wilson, a little looper, base hit. Wilson at least to third. First and third, and 1 out as Teufel comes through again.
Well, it's not pretty, but it's certainly effective. Little blooper hit over the second baseman's head. And Dykstra, he could not sacrifice the runner down. Sees Teufel get Mookie all the way to third. So Wilson running with that pitch. No hesitation. He knew the ball was in there for a base hit.
Tell you, that is a thing of beauty to watch Mookie go from first to third. Ground ball toward first. Trio wanted to come home. He dropped the ball. Hernandez is safe. 6-5 New York. And Teufel, trying to go to third, is thrown out. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Well, stick Michael out to argue the play with That's true. Here it is. Trio boots the ball. Did he touch the bag? The umpire said no as the pitcher covers. And on this ground ball, Trio wanted to come home. He backhands it, makes a great play. Wilson coming in. Now he can't throw home. He has to throw to DePino covering at first. He missed the bag entirely. Good call by first base umpire Quick. And on the plate, Teufel, trying to go to third after getting down to second, is thrown out. The argument starts right here. Teufel trying to sneak over, and there goes DePino, a throw over to third, and Teufel's out easily at third. As Dow 6-3 on the year with 16 saves. Home run average at 3.
Well hit left field, way back. This ball's out of here, and Moreland knew it. 6-6.
8 relief outings.
Ground ball to short. Rafael Santana over to Hernandez. And on the short hop, Keith picks it 1 away. And Luis Quinones the batter.
Now this ball hit right at Santana. Not an easy hop, but he handles it well. Flips to first, and those are not that easy because they're
those guys are with it. Tapper toward first. Hernandez will have to hurry, and he does. A good play on both ends. Sandberg trying to avoid the tag. 1 away.
Well, Keith had to get to this ball before Sandberg got by him, or he had no play at all. So he charges it, gets it. Now he makes the big move, swings away from the runner to keep it in bats.
Ground ball to second, and Tim Teufel, an easy play to Hernandez. So the Mets could win it here in the 9th. It's 6-6, and we'll be back. Batting for Roger McDowell.
post-game show with Fran Healy.
All year to reinforce your point. Ball 4. Mazzilli's on with nobody out here in the 9th inning, and the batter Tim Tuffle.
Well, the Raleigh caps indicating they need a run.
That's a real ball, though. Base because Trio inexperienced at first, and that's where he goes, and it's a good one. And all Trio can do is go to Sandberg. So the sacrifice successful. Mazzilli moving to second, and Hernandez the batter.
Well, the Mets got a good break on this bunt. The ball looked like it was going foul. It hit something and kicked back in. It comes back into fair territory.
Tell you, most of those meetings on the mound don't amount to much in a positive way. Slider ripped off the leg of Smith. Bases loaded and 1 out.
That was really a tough break for the Mets.
Sure was.
Tough break for the Mets. That ball would have gone into center field, and the Mets would have won the ball game, but it hit and stays in the infield. Let's look at it again. Slider, and it's hit like a bullet up the middle. It hit Smith right in the derriere and stays in the infield. And now the bases are loaded. But this ball was ticketed for base hit to center field. Look at this. How unlucky can you get, Keith says. Now, a conference at the mound.
That's why every outfielder plants. McReynolds takes the slider high. Watch Sundberg sit outside. Slider it is, deep to left field. This is going to win the ball game on a single by Kevin McReynolds. Everybody touches their base. Strawberry touched second, Hernandez touched third. If neither touches either base, a third to second double play, the game goes to 10. The Mets win it 7-6. And he got the slider, didn't he?
He did that. And it was not a good slider, a little hanging slider, and all he had to do was to hit it out to the outfield, and that ball carried a long way as Kevin McReynolds comes through with a very big base hit for the New York Mets. Mets winning it by a score of 7-6. They keep pace with the St. Louis Cardinals, who won over the Philadelphia Phillies 5-2. The Mets remain 4.5 games back. Montreal also won their ball game. So Montreal in third place. They trail by 5. And the Mets have won the first game, 4-game series, and they beat a tough pitcher in Lee Smith, who is the losing pitcher in this game.
Lee's record now 3-7. The winning pitcher, Roger McDowell, who won his 7th, even though he gave up the go-ahead run on a home run by Keith Moreland in the top of the 8th inning. What a ball game this was. The total 7-13-0 for the Mets, 6-13-1, and this is how the Mets did it.
Slider out over the plate, and Kevin McReynolds just trying to make contact. Why the left fielder pushing the ball? That's dead out there. It's a questionable thing, because if he had caught it, it wouldn't have made any difference at all as Mazzilli comes in to score. Mazzilli had worked out a walk, was sacrificed to second, and then went to third in the infield base hit by Darryl Strawberry. So Hernandez goes back to tag up in case it's caught. Now he has to tag third, so there's no force play if that ball is retrieved and brought back in. And the Mets come up winners by a score of 7-6.
6th win in a row for New York. Now let's go to Lee Zeidman in our studios. What a ball game.
Thanks,
Game-winning RBI in the bottom of the 9th inning. Once again, the final score, the Mets 7 and the Chicago Cubs 6.
And Kibler to join us here in the studio, and he was instructed by, I'm assuming, the National League office not to get involved in any interviews after the ball game. He will have a statement later on tonight. Howard Johnson involved in quite an incident. Again, the bat was taken from you. I could see it happening once, but for the second time, and it was the same bat.
Well, I had a feeling that next time I hit one, they were going to, you know, take the bat away. And I don't know why, but I just felt like, you know, they were going to start checking bats, you know, because this memorandum that you have in your hand, I'm sure you're going to read it, states that you know, they can take any bat they want out of the ball game.
How about the home run here? He hit it 9 miles.
Well, he hung a changeup, and there again, you know, it's not like I've never hit home runs before, and at this point right here, the umpire wants the bat, and I told our bat boy, Paulie, to give him the bat, because right now I just don't want to, you know,
now there's
start arguing again.
There's John Kibler. Now they do it to Andre Dawson. And John Kibler gets bent out of shape. Now, I'm a little bit surprised. And, in fact, it was funny. John Kibler, the first place he looked for your bat to be loaded up was the handle.
I don't understand what they're looking at. But, you know, they take my bat away. And then a guy like Dawson, I mean, everybody knows Andre can hit, you know, with power. And he hits 2 home runs, but they don't take his bat away. And, you know, Kibler told me on the field, I asked him, you know, what the deal was. And he said, well, we're not picking on you. We're just ordered that we can confiscate any bat at any time from a player after a home run.
Well, this memorandum was sent to all National League general managers and also to the umpires. And just quickly, it says the umpires are authorized by me, Bart Giamatti, to impound any bat they believe may be tampered with, so it can be x-rayed at the league office.
Well, see, that's nothing new, though, because, you know, that's what they said in St. Louis. They said, well, the bat, we don't think it's tampered with, so there's no reason to take it. I mean, and they looked at it for half an hour, and believe me, if a bat's corked, if you inspect it long enough, you're going to be able to tell.
Well, I know you don't cork your bat, and from past experience, guys I know that occasionally did cork their bat. What they do is...
This is Barry's bat. He must cork his bat.
Wouldn't that be something if I had a cork bat in here? You... right here in the barrel of the bat.
Don't tell me how to do this now.
Well, I'm going to tell you, because maybe you can cork it, they'll never check you again. You drill a hole in the barrel of the bat, and you drop some cork or anything else you want in there, and then you smooth over the top of the bat, the top of the barrel, and maybe put a lot of dirt up here so nobody can find that you the bat. But they checked your bat in St. Louis, and really, x-rays are nice, I guess, if you break your arm or something, but you can ordinarily tell if a bat's loaded up by checking the top of the bat.
Well, that's what I'm saying, you know, but obviously they're not satisfied, so, you know, they took the bat away, and Kibler said that he was going to take it to the office, you know, tomorrow. You know, I guess they're going to get it checked out at the x-ray. They're not going to cut it open, and, you know, they'll check it, and if it's all right, which it is, then I'll have it for tomorrow's game.
Now, even if you doctor up a bat, I mean, if you put cork, it's never really been proven that the ball jumps off a bat because of cork. Although, when pitchers fool around with a ball, it has been proven.
It's been proven that if a pitcher scuffs a ball, or Roger said he was going to make a big joke, or if there's like clay or something in the seams, which is oftentimes why they take balls out of the game, the ball will move strange. And it just seems funny to me that, you know, the last line of the memorandum from the league president said, the integrity of the game must not be compromised. Well, to me, if we come up with a dozen baseballs in the playoffs that Mike Scott, we know, is scuffing at that time, and we show them to the league president at the time, and nothing's done about it, then to me that line means nothing. If they're going to check a hitter, then they've got to go out and they got to search pitchers if the opposing manager has enough evidence that he thinks, now they don't have to prove it, like the memorandum says, that they believe, if we believe strong enough, then they should be able to go out and check any pitcher, his glove, his pockets, whatever, and if he's caught, then fine.
Inning, Les Lancaster gave up this long home run to center to Darryl Strawberry. Darryl hit 2 tonight. He now has 27. Top of the second, Andre Dawson. He homered to left off Terry Leach. It was 2-1 Mets. But now the fun begins. Howard Johnson belts his 27th. You remember when they took his bat away in St. Louis? They suspected cork. Well, the umpires check it over tonight, and they run his bat out of the game again. So when Andre Dawson gets up, the Mets say, hey, take his bat out. He hit a home run. The umpires do not. Davey goes nuts, protests the game. Moot point now since the Mets won. So what does Dawson do? Keeps his bat, hits a home run, his second of the game. All of this while Roger McDowell was showing off his sandpaper from his rear pocket in the dugout. Bottom of the 9th inning, bases loaded, score tied. Kevin McReynolds ends it with a fly ball single off Lee Smith to deep left. Lee Mazzilli just walked home, and the Mets had themselves a wacky 7-6 win over Chicago. Now, before the game, Commissioner Ueberroth said there is evidence of bat tampering in baseball. So starting tomorrow, managers are now allowed to ask the umpires to impound one bat from each team. New rule in baseball. Take one bat, each team, one game. Between sandpaper and cork, games aren't won on the field anymore. They're won on the
bats at Shea. Stay tuned.
Exactly right. Thanks to a 7-6 win over the Cubs last night, the Mets own their longest winning streak of the season, 6 in a row. The defending champs are 4.5 behind first place St. Louis, a half game ahead of Montreal. The Cubs have drifted to 11.5 games off the Cardinals' pace. Last night, Hojo's bat mania at Shea.
I really don't know what to expect because, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it can take, I'm tired of arguing the point, and I'm tired of the frustration or the hassle over it, so I'm sure that Davey is too. So if they're going to, they want to take my bats after home runs, that's fine, just as long as I have them back, because, I don't like my bats being chopped up.
Howard Johnson, a successful player under suspicion. Last night in the second inning against the Cubs, he cracked his 27th homer of the season. Earlier in the day, Commissioner Peter Ueberroth said baseball had found indications that some players are using illegal bats and announced spot inspections. Johnson's bat was confiscated right after his home run.
Why single me out, especially twice within a few days, and then a guy hits 2 home runs and they don't take his bat away?
When Cubs slugger Andre Dawson batted in the 4th inning, Mets manager Davey Johnson asked for the bat to be checked, but home plate umpire Charlie Williams refused. Dawson then hit his 2nd home run of the game, and Johnson protested the game.
To me, it was just preferential treatment, and that's why I protested, because if a directive allows you to take a bat out that doesn't look suspicious, and then I can't take one of the other guy's favorite bats out of their hands, it's not fair.
Last week in St. Louis, the Cardinals asked for Johnson's bat after he homered. Hojo's bat wasn't corked that night. Today, the National League X-rayed last night's bat and failed to find any evidence of tampering. Prior to this season, Johnson's best homer output for the season was 12.
The guy's got 27 home runs, and nobody can believe it. Hojo, all he ever said is he needed a chance to play, and I think he was right about that because he's a great athlete, and he's got great tools, and he has a chance to be a great ball player. And he's finally got his chance to play every day, and he's proven what he's capable of doing. And most people can't believe it, but they have to suffer. He doesn't have to suffer because he knows his own ability.
So Hojo gets to use his very legal bat again tonight, but Chicago ace Rick Sutcliffe at 15-4 should be a problem. The Mets counted with Ron Darling. The Yankees
record, a 3.26 ERA, and on the mound for the New York Mets, Ron Darling. Ron's record, 7-7 with a 4.62 ERA.
The starter for the Mets tonight, he has a record of 7-7, an earned run average of 4.62. He has walked 70, struck out 110, given up 143 hits in 152 innings.
Throw that Peggy Lee fastball.
The hitters would say, is that all there is?
And the pitch back, a called strike, and Darling picks up his first strikeout.
Sandberg questioning home plate umpire Jim Quick. But as you see on your screen, this ball, a strike right on the corner. So Hojo exonerated, and his home run legitimate last night.
He's getting a standing ovation here.
Carter at first base. Gary's not going anywhere. Ground ball by Durham. Johnson's going to go to second. Here comes Carter. Johnson will go to third. 1-0 New York.
Well, Tim McCarver bridged the question, why was the first baseman Dern holding the runner at first base? Carter wasn't going anywhere, and it cost him a chance to field this ball as he was coming off the bag at third and had to go back. If he had been behind the runner, he would have had a much better shot at it, and he could not get it. So it goes down the line, little trouble in right field as the ball bounced around out there, giving Carter time to score. And the Mets take the lead 1-0 as the throw goes in toward third.
Duel. And the bunt Fielded by Carter to second base. Got him. To first, not in time. What a play by Carter. 1 out.
Well, here it is again, and Sutcliffe pops it up in front of the plate. It has a little backspin on it. Carter grabs it before it goes foul. Does a good bare hand job. Throws to Santana for the out. Sutcliffe gets down the line to beat the double play attempt. So a good force play. At second base, as Carter almost runs into Ron Darling as he makes the throw on down there. Keith Hernandez coming in to charge on the bunt. And look how far Keith gets in. And they're the ones that almost collided as the two of them get right there.
Fastball got him right down Broadway. 2 outs.
Well, it's a good fastball by Ron Darling, and it was down Broadway. That was in the center of Broadway.
Ground ball again up the middle, and Sandberg can't get it. Backman around first. 4 of his last 5 hits, or 6 hits, have been up the middle. There goes Backman. Oh, he's got this one. Only a strong throw by Davis made it close. I can't believe it was that close with the jump Backman had.
Wow. Oh, he gets a tremendous jump. The pitch is a good pitch to handle for Jody Davis. And he makes a strong throw, and Backman beats the...
That's why you're still down. You kind of fire out of the box. Well hit right field. Dawson over his head. Backman scores. The throw to second, not in time. 2-0 New York.
Keith Hernandez gets a fastball, and he drills it. Dawson playing a little bit over toward right center, can't catch up to it, plays it off the wall well. And Backman scores easily from second after a stolen base, and the Mets have a 2-0 lead. And they're going to walk Swami, their best pitcher. Joe McGrain started. And the curveball hit down to Johnson, a play at the plate. Carter has it. Dawson in a rundown. Well, 2 runners at third, so the tag is made, and the back runner is out. The base belongs to the front runner, and so with 2 men on third, the back runner's out if you tag them both. So Carter picks up the out.
Right to Howard Johnson to the plate. Dawson knows he's dead, turns around. It's Andre Dawson's bag. Palmeiro has to go the other way. He stands there. Gary Carter tags everybody in sight. I'm surprised he didn't tag Santana too.
Why not?
Touch them all.
You bet.
He tagged Palmeiro again.
Can't go wrong tagging everybody around there, the umpire and everybody.
Dawson, aggressive move coming in. It's a good throw. Scampers back. Touch him again. Go ahead. Touch him again. Get him again. That's it.
It's a lot. And he gets out of it. Runners at second and third, and 1 out, and Darling pitches out of the jam. No run score. 2 men left in the score at the end of 3.5 innings. Singled his last time up to extend his hitting streak to 13 consecutive games. And there's a drive up the alley in left center field. It'll be extra bases. Hernandez scores. Strawberry will try to score. Here's the play at the plate. And Strawberry slides in safely, and the Mets get 2 and take the lead 4-0 as Kevin McReynolds comes through once again.
This is what you open yourself up for when you can constantly walk people. That big inning can really just knock you for a loop. Cubs have been very fortunate to throw 3 people out at the plate, as we've pointed out so many times. It's a high breaking ball. He gets all over it. Hernandez is going to score easy, and Strawberry's moving just excellently on this. Really an excellent jump he got. right off the bat. And the Mets finally get one across, and the outfield doesn't throw him out with 2 outs.
Game problem. Now able to play again. And a swing and a miss, and Downing gets him and picks up his 8th strikeout. 8 in a row for Ron Darling, and the score at the end of 5.5 innings, the Mets 4 and the Cubs nothing. Now here's a word from Metropolitan. 2 balls, no strikes. Fastball hit out to deep left field, going back towards Palmeiro. It's over his head, and it is gone. Goodbye. Rafael Santana with his 5th home run of the year. He had never had more than 1 in a single season in his career.
Well, they always talk about when you have a no-hitter going, Ralph, and you say something and they break up a no-hitter that you were bad luck. How could you possibly do that? Maybe I'll get a letter that'll say that we did something good here. Got Rafael Santana going on the right track. He certainly ashes this.
And I wonder if they'll check his bat now.
Well, they're calling time, but there's a ball on the field. I don't think we're going to see a lot more bat checking in this series. Here's another look at it. Fastball right out over the plate. Rafael Santana says, I'll take this one. Into the picnic area seats.
The splitter gets him. 10 strikeouts for Darling. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left after 6.5. It's 5-0 New York, and we'll be back after this word from Lincoln. Dawson appeared to be looking for the split-finger fastball, and Darling blew the fastball by.
And he was on top when he did it.
That's right. 1 run, the Cubs on the board, but it's 5-1 New York, middle of the 8th. We'll be...
Let that breaking ball go the wrong way when you're down on the side like that. You're in trouble.
Well, that was an example right there. Carter, home run, Gary Carter. Exactly what you were talking about. 7-1, Mets on top. Prescient, my friend.
It's like I knew what was coming here. Gary Carter has a kind of an unorthodox swing, a little bit like Kevin McReynolds, and if they keep their body weight and their hands back, their hands are so strong that when those breaking balls come like that, watch this one, just right out over the plate, he just hammers it. Drill a hole in that pad behind the plate. Mets are ahead 7-1.
Well hit deep to right field, and it's a foul ball. Wow.
It's a strike 1, and they say it doesn't make any difference. No matter where you hit, it's a strike. But he just really gets the head out on that. Strawberry just looking at it. He knows it's one way or the other. What a great shot.
Oh, that was wonderful. Ground ball sharply to Santana. And a good play on the hop, so 1 bounce counts. More bounce to the ounce.
Keith Hernandez makes it look so easy over there. Santana just does not get the ball there. And this is not as easy a hop as it seems. That ball came up pretty good. Keith Hernandez, those soft hands looking at Santana now, just kind of laughing at him.
Leukemia Society of America, Sports Cap, 205 Lexington Avenue, New York. New York 10016, and this game is history. As Jody Davis flies to Lynn Dykstra, and the strongest performance of the year, no question about it, by Ron Darling. Darling with his 2nd complete game. The Mets will go to 3.5 games behind the Cardinals, as the Cardinals, with Jose Oquendo on the mound, are losing in Philadelphia 13-4. Montreal losing their game. Ralph Kiner with the wrap-up, and all the scores in both leagues. The totals in this game: 7-12-1 for the Mets, 1-4-0 for the Cubs. Rick Sutcliffe, the loser, he's 15-5. Ron Darling now 8-7. And Rusty and I will be back with a wrap after this word from Ivory Soap.
Howard
Howard Johnson got his bat back tonight, the one the umpires took off with last night. It was checked, nothing in it. So Johnson used it. First time up, he hit a triple. Johnson rolling, the Mets rolling. They've won 7 in a row. The Cardinals lost. The Mets are only 3.5 games out. Lots of interest before the game in those Met bats. The commissioner's crackdown lets the manager ask for any bat to be thrown out. Nobody checked tonight. Hojo in the first. Here's a triple. That scores Gary Carter, who had walked, and that made it 1-0 Mets. And then in the 5th inning, the Mets up 2-0. Kevin McReynolds in the gap. He has hit in 13 straight. That scored Hernandez and Strawberry. That made it 4-0. You want to check a bat? Take a look at Rafael Santana's. This is his 5th of the year. The most home runs he's ever had before this, 1. Ron Darling all the way, 1 run, 4 hits, final score 7-1. And about checking bats, Cub manager Gene Michael has his own ideas.
Years ago, I thought they could have a portable X-ray machine and bring it around and just say all the bats are locked up right now until we go through them. I thought they could do that. I thought they needed to do it then. It was about 4 years ago when I made that suggestion.
How was it? They could use more than a portable X-ray machine tonight as the Mets win at 7-1. Sutcliffe, by the way, lost it. Philadelphia over St. Louis, 15-5, and that's why the Mets are 3.5 back. Pittsburgh knocked out.
Okay, I'm going to guess. Get it over with.
All right.
Phil Gagliano.
No, wrong.
Okay.
And it's 2-2 to Sanderson.
I admit defeat.
It was Jim Beecham from Tulsa, Oklahoma. That is a very tough answer. Very, very difficult answer. Well, you're at 500. I'm still on the snide. You're a game and a half out. What's the magic number?
Magic number is, it's over.
Those are the toughest questions I've ever heard. I'm not kidding you. I felt bad asking the question. It was so difficult. Still 2-2. Inch of 591. Oh, it hit Darrell in the head. That looked like a breaking ball that didn't break. We'll see. Oh, boy.
Hope it got that helmet. Didn't look like it got the helmet.
Darrell is conscious now. He may have been unconscious for a split second. Oh, boy.
Darrell hit with a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. And he is being given the smelling salts.
That's Steve Garland, the trainer, with his hand in front of Darrell's eyes. Darrell holding his forehead. Of course, this time of night, difficult to see. It's not the best time to see, even though you do have a dark background in center field. Tougher to see, I guess, for the outfielders and infielders on fly balls. That may have been a fastball, but initially it appeared to be a backup slider that Darrell certainly didn't see and obviously didn't get out of the way of. Quite sure Lenny Dykstra will be inserted as a pinch runner for Darrell for obvious precautionary measures. We'll try to get a report. And we join everybody here hoping that Darrell Strawberry is all right.
Doesn't appear that he was cut in any fashion. And we couldn't really tell whether or not the ball hit the helmet or it hit Darrell on the forehead. We'll take a look at it again. Here it is.
He may have hit his shoulder, Ralph, and then the helmet. What do you think?
Well, it caught the edge of the helmet. Let's look at this angle. Right here, Darrell moving into the ball now, turning back and out of the way to some degree. It did hit his helmet, so the flap actually is what saved him. A lot of those helmets don't have the ear flap, and if he hadn't had that, it would have been very, very serious. Not that it isn't serious. So Darrell goes down, and
Well, we're going to let you know right away. It looks like it's not as bad as had been feared initially. Had to happen eventually, though. Talking about the game tonight, the Mets' 7-game winning streak is over. It's Chicago winning it by a score of 5-3. But what makes it painful, the Cardinals winners tonight also. So the Mets drop to 4.5 games back. Highlights, and again, here's the play. Second inning, Darryl Strawberry nailed by Mike Mason. Leaves the game on his own power. No serious damage listed as day to day. Mets jump out in front. Same inning, scored 3 times. 1 RBI goes to Rafael Santana as Gary Carter coming home, and the Mets are looking good. But the Cubs come back against Don Schultze, Jerry Mumphrey in the 4th. Long shot to right field. Now watch Lee Mazzilli. Takes the home run away to the wall, way up, and pulls it back with the webbing. Mumphrey would later score as the Cubs tie it up. And then, in the same inning, this is Dave Martinez. The line shot to center field, base hit. Luis Quinones scores, and 4-3 Chicago leads. Mets, though, not without chances. Bases jammed, 7th inning. Howard Johnson, strike 3. 26 runners stranded combined. Highest total in the league this year. Final 5-3. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, the Cardinals crushing the fields. Tommy Earl, the star with the stick. 4 for
7-game winning streak, and the Cardinals beat the Phillies tonight 9-5. Top of the 1st, Keith Hernandez, terrific play. Andre Dawson grounds to Hernandez for the 2nd out. Keith with an off-balance throw nails Dave Martinez at the plate, Carter tagging him out. In the Mets' 2nd, Mike Mason hits Darryl Strawberry in the head with a breaking pitch. The ear flap saved serious damage, and although Strawberry had to leave the game, he was conscious all the time, remained in the clubhouse. Mazzilli in for him with the Mets leading 3-1 in the 4th. Jerry Mumphrey to right field. Watch Mazzilli. He leaps, scoops it back into the park, and keeps it from being a home run. Runners go to 2nd and 3rd. On the replay, you'll notice how close Mazzilli comes to losing his glove over the fence. That would have been a home run. But then 2 batters later, after the fine Mazzilli effort, Luis Quinones scores Dawson and Mumphrey. Quinones' double makes it a 3-3 game. Still in the 4th, the Cubs go ahead for good. Dave Martinez singles Quinones in for 4-3. That hit coming off Jeff Innes in relief of Schulze. The Mets had plenty of chances. They couldn't get the big hit tonight. Howard Johnson with the bases loaded in the 7th strikes out, one of many Mets chances. In fact, both teams stranded 26 runners in that game. The Cubs win 5-3, drop the 4.5 out.
10 straight wins over the Cubs was snapped today. So the Mets lose a 2nd straight. Now, as you know, the Mets have been embroiled in the corked bat controversy. Roger McDowell wearing the carpenter's belt today. Drills, saws, state-of-the-art corking tools. Meantime, the man at the heart of this conflict, Howard Johnson, tied the game at 2 in the 6th by doubling off Scott Sanderson. This scored Wally Backman. However, Gooden would falter in the 7th after letting in a couple of runs. Barry Lyons hit Dave Martinez with the ball on the attempted steal. This allowed Jody Davis to score the 3rd run of the inning. And then with the infield drawn in for a play at the plate, Ryne Sandberg punched one through to right side, and that was all Davey Johnson could tolerate from Dwight. Dave Magadan, who went 4 for 4, made it 6-3 with an RBI that came too late in the 9th. Meantime, in Philadelphia, 14th inning, Phil's Tom Hume walks Jack Clark to force in the go-ahead run. Clark tied a National League record, walking in his 15th straight game, but in the bottom of 14, after Lance Parrish tied it with a homer, Steve Jeltz drove this shot over, as you'll see, a contorted John Morris. This plates Glenn Wilson with the winner. The Mets remain 4.5 back of the Cards. Elsewhere, the Expos lose, but they're still 6 back of St. Louis.
Doesn't do too well. Likes it better at night. Score tied 3 in the 7th. Davis again with the base hit to left field, brings in Moreland. The game-winning RBI for Davis. How about this double play in the 5th? Dykstra shot to Leon Durham. Goes to Davis to get Santana. Back to Durham as he nails Dykstra at first. And ended the 5th inning, and the Cubs went on to defeat the Mets very quickly today by the score of 6-3. Scott Sanderson getting...
Both the Expos and Mets have nudged into the picture the last couple of weeks. Montreal, though, took a nosedive over the weekend in Pittsburgh. And tonight, the 3rd-place Expos opened a series in New York against the 2nd-place Mets. And when you're a contender, you chase each other in the dugout, right? Well, the Mets led the Expos 1-0 in the 3rd. Then Tim Raines doubled off the top of the wall, and Mitch Webster slashed one down the line, and Raines, with all that speed, galloped home easily to tie the game at 1. A sac fly pushed Montreal ahead 2-1. Meanwhile, Expos starter Dennis Martinez was handcuffing New York again. Here, fooling Howard Johnson with an off-speed breaking ball. But in the 4th, Keith Hernandez singled with 2 out. Then, Darryl Strawberry laced one to right, and Hernandez went tearing around the bases, was waved in. Vance Law's relay to catcher's Jeff Reed, though, arrived in what seemed to be minutes before Hernandez did. And despite the collision, that was as close as New York came to scoring again. They never did. Martinez ran his career record to 3-0 against the Mets. He's 7-1 in this, his first National League season. And the Mets fall 5.5 out behind St. Louis because the Cardinals' Jim Lindemann hit a 3-run homer. Bob Force threw his first complete game.
There goes Dykstra, and he was running again. The other man, Law, was covering. It's pulled through and into right field, and Dykstra crosses to third. Perfect hit-and-run play by Wally Backman.
You know, if he did that on purpose, he's unbelievable with that bat in his hand. First time he took a shot at the hole. Can you wait that long to decide who's covering? Look at him. He got the top hand over, slapped the ball in the hole.
First baseman.
Talk about handling the bat.
Keith Hernandez.
And here's Lenny Dykstra. Good jump. And Vance Law had to get over there and cover. They switched, and they had Law covering.
It's easier to pick the ball up. 3-0 pitch to Hernandez. Drilled in the right center. It'll be extra bases. Dykstra will score. Backman will score. Hernandez to second with a stand-up double. The Mets lead 2-0.
To see the velocity on that pitch. Can we have it timed? High fastball to Hernandez. 94 miles per hour. Hernandez getting ahead of the bat on the ball and driving that ball into right center field. No matter how hard you throw it, a major league hitter will hit it. 94 is pretty good velocity.
Well, McReynolds, 1 for 4 last night. This ball hit high in the air to deep left field. Way back. It's going. Second base as McReynolds flirts with a home run. There goes Johnson again. It's lined into left center field. Johnson will go to third. It might even score him. Out there to pick it up is Winningham. Santana goes to second as Johnson holds at third. So Rafael Santana doubling into left center field, and the Mets have runners at second and third with no one out.
Well, Sam Palazzo wisely held Howard Johnson at third. Rafi hitting a ball on the button into left center field. And Sam Palazzo, I'm sure, remembering last night when Keith Hernandez was cut down at the plate and held Howard Johnson. Now, Johnson has to check the ball where it's hit, and he's on his way. I think he had a good shot at scoring, but wisely held on at third.
3-1 the count, and it's ball 4. Yeomans watched the pitcher to load up the bases. So the bases loaded and no one out.
Cardinals sending baseball to walk the pitcher.
Now the infield in, and the pattern, he's hit by the pitch, and the Mets will get a run. So Yeomans losing his control completely. And the Mets take the lead by a score of 3-0 as Johnson scores when Dykstra is hit by the pitch ball.
Well, this guy, he just doesn't have any control. He's lost his rhythm. Of course, Dykstra being so fast was unhurt. Well, he could hit with that pitch perfectly. His body was going. Is he down as far as Leach?
I would say now that hit Hernandez. So another batter hit by a pitch ball, and another run for the New York Mets.
Oh boy. Well, Hernandez is all right. He's heading to first base. Now they can't be possibly arguing about Hernandez not getting out of the way. Last place you want to take a fastball is on the foot. So Hernandez goes down to first. Santana scores the run, and it's now 4-0 in favor of the Mets. Here it is again. Ooh, right on the toe. What a nice feeling that is. Watch this, right on the toe.
I think he'll take it for an RBI.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt as much. Ooh, when you get an RBI, it doesn't hurt as much. Nobody on base, it hurts.
So the Mets have scored 2 runs. Fastball looped to left, a base hit. No, it isn't. A diving catch by McReynolds, and Raines is out. Great play by Kevin McReynolds.
Well, here it is again. Brought the fans to their feet. Great play by McReynolds. That'll break a rally. And another angle.
So a base hit taken away from Tim Raines. That
people to the ballpark when it's inclement weather.
There it is. Forget it. Long home run. Oh, Darryl Strawberry. And he brings everybody to their feet here at Shea Stadium. Do it. Strawberry turning this changeup around, and did he ever turn it around? Forget that. Oh boy, did he smoke that ball. Man. See how the hands are back? When your body commits but your hands are back, you still have some power with which to hit. Tremendous home run by Darryl Strawberry. Swing and a miss. So Engels out of there, a perfect ninth inning for Orozco. He does not get credit for a save because the team that he was facing was down by more than 3 runs, even though Jesse did finish the game. And what else can you say? And superb things and superlatives when you talk of Terry Leach, who is now 10-0. El Perfecto for the season.
Longest winning streak in the major leagues by a pitcher this year. Jack Morris had won 9 earlier in the year, and of course that's an all-time record for a Mets pitcher. 10 consecutive wins from the start of the season, and Jesse Orozco picking up the strikeout for the final out of the ball game. The Mets winning and stopping their 3-game losing streak.
Buck Rogers, the fine manager of the Expos, getting a post-game drink of water. Usually indicative of an umpire goes to the fountain a lot in tough situations of, well, you just got beat tonight, and they certainly did. 6-2 final, the totals on the game. 6-8-2 for the Mets, and 2-6-0 for the Expos. And the winning pitcher, Terry Leach, and what a story he has been. And speaking of stories, let's go to Lee Zeidman in our studios for an update. 6-2 as Gary Carter presenting Terry Leach with a game ball. And did Terry Leach have a ball tonight? And has he had a ball all season? Well, I should say so. He is now 10-0, and I guess we can look back to last season when Roger Clemens started the season 14-0. The last time anybody had this good a start in the National League was when Andy Hawkins went 11-0 back in 1985.
Well, actually, here's a report on that. In 1956, Brooks Lawrence went 13-0 in 18 starts, and then Andy Hawkins 11-0, and this dates back to 1947, so only 2 pitchers have gone better than 10-0 from the start of a season. A fellow named Allen.
Beat Montreal 6-2, but St. Louis also won, so the Mets are still 5.5 games back. A wild Floyd Yeomans for the Expos, bases loaded, and he plunks Dykstra for a run. That was 3-0 Mets, and then still in the 4th inning, Andy McGaffigan came in. He gives Hernandez a hot foot, hits him. Come on, Santana, you can score. He was hit by the pitch. That made it 4-0 Mets after 2. Then in the 5th inning, Darryl Strawberry, and he connects with his 28th into the right center field bullpen. That made it 5-1. McReynolds hit his 20th. Terry Leach with the win, now a perfect 10. He is 10-0. Mets win it. After the game, Expo general manager Murray Cook quit. He had been with the Yankees.
And it was Willie McGee slamming this 3-run home run to spark St. Louis over Philadelphia 8-4. Cardinals now 5.5 in front of the Mets, who lost to the Cubs. Andre Dawson hitting his 36th, the career high. He now has 99 RBIs. When we come back here in Chicago, Bruce was suspended for 10 days pending an appeal of that suspension, although Mets pitcher Roger McDowell feels it's better to keep the tools of his trade in his back pocket as opposed to his glove. One of the major surprises of the year, Terry Leach of the Mets, who Tuesday night against the Expos made it a perfect 10, a record of 10-0. And how do you spell Cincinnati? Well, don't ask rookie Jeff Montgomery, whose uniform was missing a vowel. Perhaps he should put in a call to Vanna White. And here's a rookie who has no trouble spelling home run. Mark McGwire tied the Major League record earlier this week. Major League record for a rookie by connecting for his 38th home run, a record that he broke last night. For the Yankees, it was a dreadful week. This bang-bang play capped off a Kansas City 3-game sweep of the Yankees as the George Steinbrenner, Lou Piniella verbal fireworks continued. And the ball was really loaded in Baltimore when a fan made his pitch in the stands. A unique marriage proposal. It may not have been the biggest diamond in the park, but definitely the brightest. She got the ring and the bill. Switching.
Gooden was under rehabilitation. And the 18-game winner, Bobby Ojeda, was gone. And even newcomer David Cone missed almost 3 months. And suddenly the Mets had lost the spirit, the feeling, the look of a championship team. Instead, it looked like 1962 and the hapless Mets. But they are not hapless with Gary Carter and a veteran ball club trying to light a fire and get 1987 into high gear. They're doing it with the reliable Darryl Strawberry in right field, with Keith Hernandez at first, and with a tattered and torn pitching staff that refuses to quit. And they're doing it with the surprise of the year, 27 home runs from Howard Johnson. So the Mets find themselves in pursuit of the Cardinals, 5.5 games back, and today they go up against the Chicago Cubs.
Okay, Vin. Davey, what's it going to take for the Mets to catch the Cardinals?
Well, we're going to have to play very good ball, probably 65, 70% all the way in to catch them. They got us 6 games in the loss column, and they're capable of playing very good baseball, so we can't afford any letdowns.
Your ball club, is it in better shape physically now than it's been all year?
Well, it sure has. In about a week or 10 days, I should get back a couple more pitchers. Aguilar and Fernandez should be ready to pitch up here. You know, it'll be another month for Bobby O, but we're as sound as we've been all year right now.
How about the turmoil that was on the front pages, back pages? Is that all gone?
Well, thanks to Steinbrenner, it is, in the Piniella case. And, you know, we don't need any of that. We've had enough of our problems this year, and a lot was publicized about it. And we need to concentrate on playing baseball, and that's about it.
Can I read into that it affects your ball club with all that's going on?
Well, there's no doubt about it. You know, we've had some hard times this year. We've had some injuries. We've created some of our own problems, and, you know, hopefully we're over that. We've played awfully good baseball now for about 2 months.
How about Leach, who's pitching today?
Well, he's been a, you know, Cinderella story. He's, you know, 10-0, and he's done an outstanding job. And really, a lot of people feel when he goes on the mound that he's our stopper.
What can we watch for that when he does it, Davey Johnson's going to come right out of that seat?
Well, he's had a little problem with his knee, and if he doesn't stay down with that back knee, he tries to adjust and not put any pressure on that back leg, and he doesn't drive, and his ball will come up. And when he starts throwing that high sinker, you'll see me out of the dugout.
Thank you, Davey.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Vin.
One other thing to keep in mind, the Mets playing 19 of 23 games at Chase Stadium, where they have a great record. The only 4 games on the road, this 4-game series right here at Wrigley Field. They have a lot of work to do, but they will be home as they begin to heal. 5.5 back. We might have a race after all. We'll get to the starting lineups right after. Dykstra has been struck. Drive to center, and Dave Martinez going back to the track at the wall. Keith Hernandez. So in this heat, with the breeze blowing out, we might play long ball today.
Well, we just got through saying it. You get it up, it's going to go. That's why Jody Davis, you keep seeing him motion down. It's pretty apparent that when a pitcher is working, the lanes are inside and outside, true. But in this ballpark especially, you can't get that ball up. And when I say up, I'm talking about the belt.
So Keith Hernandez drives it out. His 12th home run, his 59th run batted in, and the Mets lead 1-0. The Mets now have hit 138 home runs. They hit 10 more all of last year.
Now to the Mets' Howard Johnson. Power and prosperity in New York. 1987 has been a sweet season for the Mets' Hojo, who's been somewhat of a surprise, what with speed and power in abundance.
Left to left, way back, out of here, Howard Johnson.
And Hojo
Johnson, almost in the upper deck. Wow.
Hojo's wowed the Mets with 27 homers and 23 steals. Fancy numbers for the third baseman who came up 5 years ago with the Tigers. Though Hojo figured to show plenty of power in Detroit, expectation turned to frustration.
When I came up, I think they expected me to be Mr. Everything from the start, which I wasn't. When I'd been in the minor leagues, I was a pretty good hitter. I used it all fields, and I had power to all fields. And when I got to the big leagues, I tried to change my swing to the dimensions of Tiger Stadium. It didn't work.
A member of the '84 World Champion Tigers and last year's World Champion Mets, Hojo has at last found personal glory.
I've been on 2 World Champions, but my playing time was diminishing. Yet last year I still produced in a very difficult role. From a team standpoint, I've accomplished the ultimate, and that's winning a World Championship, and here I've done it 2 times in the last 3 years. You know, at 26, I don't want my career to end next year with just those 2 rings. You know, I want a chance to play and see what kind of a player that Howard Johnson can become.
This season, Johnson could become one of only 8 players in baseball to achieve 30 homers and 30 steals in the same year.
I've always been able to run, so it'd be stupid for me not to use that talent to my advantage. And for a long time this year, I didn't think I could hit 30 homers. I mean, in the minor leagues, I had 2 years in a row where I hit 22 and 23. I've always hit the ball a long way. I've always hit for power. My switch hitting has improved so much more than I dreamed possible to this point. I have 11 home runs right-handed. That for itself is the reason why I have 27 home runs, because I've been able to be very successful from that side of the plate.
There are those, however, who believe that Hojo's success may not be all his own doing, especially St. Louis Cardinal manager Whitey Herzog, who spearheaded the charge that Johnson has been corking his bat.
I've had my bat checked twice now, and it's come clean both times. I'm saying I don't cork bats. I don't think it should be too big of an issue because I'm just doing what I'm capable of doing. What's happened to me this year, it's a little surprising what I've done at this point, but on the other hand, I kind of expected.
From 7th with an ERA of 4.33. And on the mound for the Cubs, it's right-hander Greg Maddux, 6-10 with an ERA of 4.91.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Kiner, along with Tim McCarver and Steve Zabriskie, all set for the final game of this 4-game set. The Cubs have won the first 3, and the Mets have not been swept by the Cubs in a 4-game series since 1984. No one throwing in the bullpen, so Gene Michael's going to sit this one out. And this ball hit out to right field. It's fairly deep. Tagged up at third is Backman, and here's the throw. It's offline. A run will score. And also going over to third after tagging up, Keith Hernandez. So the Mets take the lead again in this series.
Shoulder to the shoulder tip, but not on the right shoulder. And that's where it hit him, right on the tip.
This ball hit up the middle for a base hit. 2 runs to score. As Carter comes through with 2 men out. Hernandez scoring, and then Strawberry, and the Mets lead by a score of 3-0 on their first hit in the inning.
Boy, a big 2-out base hit by Gary Carter. And what the Mets are looking to do, put the Cubs away. They have been ahead, as we said, all 4 games, but they've lost 3. Strawberry scoring easily. The ball not
315 with 13 home runs, 44 RBIs. Brings a 9-game hitting streak into this game. And there's a ball lined to left. McReynolds almost misplays it and saves himself with a great catch. That ball a bullet to left.
Well, it doesn't take athletic ability to misplay a ball, but once you do misplay it, it takes remarkable athletic skill to recover. Ball hit like a BB off the bat of Sandberg.
Sandberg had been 6 for 12 in this series before that catch. And what a catch it was.
Strawberry is a Concord. Streamlined. Little hopper past Moreland. Strawberry's going to have at least a double. And Mumphrey retrieving the ball. So Darrell, just a little 38 hopper by Keith Moreland. So he's at second with 1 away.
Strawberry is a glider with engines. I mean, he turns on that jet burner. Well, you get a few of these, but they never add up to equal the line drives that are caught.
Outside. Fastball ripped to right. Strawberry's going to score. McReynolds will try for 2. And he's in there. 4-0 New York. Good piece of hitting, wasn't it?
Awfully good piece of hitting. Second RBI for McReynolds, and the base hit gives him 6 games in a row where he's had at least 1 base hit. And the Mets take the lead 4-0 as they score on back-to-back doubles. McReynolds doing a good job of moving on down to second against the
Ends go out. So by lowering the rear end, you actually see the ball better.
Ooh, right back through the middle. Maddox just able to get out of the way, and a base hit for Keith Hernandez. Backman at second, and the Mets with runners at first and second and 2 out.
It's almost on cue, wasn't it? Speaking of seeing the ball better, good thing Greg Maddux reacted to this liner. Oh, get down. Wow.
Speak to 7 straight. And here is Darryl Strawberry, who has walked and doubled, scored twice, and stolen a base. And is Greg Maddux in trouble again. Strawberry hits it high and deep to left. And this ball is out of here. A 3-run home run for Darryl Strawberry. And the Mets now lead it 7-0. Well, Darryl does in fact tie his career high with his 29th of the year.
Now, see, that's what you were talking about. That was a harmonic convergent statement. You mentioned the home run, and Strawberry converges on the ball. The wind takes over. 6-0 New York. That's really, you know, seriously, that's what we were talking about. I'll make that 7-0. I beg your pardon. That's what we were talking about in the first inning when Ralph and I were talking about the 3-0 pitch. Darryl Strawberry.
A grand slam home run for Jody Davis. And Darling struck out Jerry Mumphrey. Palmeiro hits it high and deep to right. Home run. Send 8 men to the plate and score 5 times here in the 4th inning. A grand slam home run by Davis. A solo at first and third for Len Dykstra, who's 1 for 3. And Dykstra slices one to left. Mumphrey coming hard. Can't come up with it. Santana will score. Darling going to third. Dykstra going to second. And Darling in there ahead of the throw. It's 8-5 New York on an RBI base hit by Len Dykstra.
And I think it's going to be a double for Len Dykstra because it's a double for him all the way. If Darling's not on, they may say that the throw allowed Dykstra to go.
Keith jumping out of there.
I think it was a gnat or a bug in the way, and it could have affected Hall's approach to the plate. You don't often see hitters take this particular approach. That's not the Spalding guy to hit like that.
You know, when I was on the field before the game, grounded up the middle and a base hit into center field. Darling scores. Dykstra scores. Tuffle going to third. Here's the throw, and he's out. Two more runs are in, however, and it is now 10-5 New York.
Well, it was a good idea to go to third, but Timmy really didn't turn it on until he got to second base. If you run hard from first to second, then you're in a better position to judge whether it's best to go to third.
Anyway, here's Tim.
It hadn't been hard to read lately for Sandberg. He has really been hot. He lifts one down the left field line, and Johnson runs into Santana, and Santana may be hurt. Oh, boy. That is all the Mets need with the rash of injuries that has Propped up all year long.
Santana appeared to get it right in the head. They're both going for the ball, both looking at the ball, and the elbow of Howard Johnson's right arm, right on the side of Rafael Fernandez. There it is again. Johnson and Santana both concentrating on the ball, which you must do on a pop-up, particularly behind third and
There goes McReynolds, way outside and high. Carter walks. My goodness, you talk about a slip pitch.
It looked to me like Drew Hall hesitated when he saw McReynolds break. Here he goes. No, I guess not. It just squirted right out of his hand and heads for the brick wall.
That'll make Marv Alberts blue. Line drive, right center base hit. McReynolds will score. Carter will pull up at second and stay there. It's now 11-5. Howard Johnson with RBI, number 75 on the year.
One way, much better for the fan because it's a more exciting type of baseball.
Concessionaire's dream, and that's Tim Teufel's dream. A grounder to left to score 2. 14-5 New York. And do they have their hitting spats on today?
Well, the Mets have had a big problem this year with day games, and earlier in the year it was any game on Saturday or Sunday that they couldn't win. So they've decided to just take care of business today, day game or no day game, Sunday or not. With 14 runs, even in Wrigley Field, you have to be semi-comfortable. Given up by Drew Hall.
Michael probably feeling like he rode the boat ashore right now.
Boy.
Here's Strawberry. Line to right. Dawson back. It's off his glove. 1 run scores. Here comes Hernandez. Strawberry will go to third. It's 16-5. Man alive. 16-5.
Well, Gene Michael had Jay Baller up earlier and decided to bring him back in and not make the change. Darrell just rips this ball over Dawson's head, and Andre makes a fine attempt going up. It hits in the heel of his glove, however, and popped out. And Darrell with those long strides just eating up the ground as Hernandez scores from first easily, and Darrell cruises into third with a triple. The ball off the heel of Dawson's glove, and Andre has to go right into the ivy before he can get stopped, and then he can't pick up the ball as it rolled right underneath him into the ivy. Gene Michael.
7 make that, yes, 7 runs. It's now 17-5, and you want to stay tuned for the last 3 innings because Darryl Strawberry's got a shot at the cycle. All he needs is a single, and he'll be up again. We're back.
And the first pitch is hit to right field for a base hit. Johnson coming around to score. And the Mets lead it by a score of 18-5 as Mookie comes through for an RBI. One ball, 1 strike. This ball hit to deep center field. It's way back, going, and it is gone. Goodbye. Lenny Dykstra with a 2-run home run, and the Mets lead it 20-5.
I guess this would be called adding insult to injury. Len Dykstra's 4th hit of the ball game, right about over the 400-foot sign. The fan tried to make a play on it, but it hit the edge of the wall, careened along the basket, and came back. Well, Strawberry's going for the cycle. He has doubled, homered, and singled, and tripled, and he drives this one out of the reach of Martinez. He won't get the cycle on this one as it's another extra base hit. All Darrell needed was a single. So now he has 2 doubles, a homer, and a triple.
Well, he might have another shot at it, the way the Mets are hitting today.
It's true.
This fastball out over the plate, and Strawberry takes it into the left field corner. Martinez makes a good dive. but he comes up about a foot short. So Strawberry, who had his 29th home run back in the 4th inning with 2 men on base, gets his second double.
Ripped to third. A good stop by Moreland. A long throw into... No, it got away from Bull Durham. Strawberry scores to make it 21-9. Moreland with a good play, but Durham couldn't come up with the throw.
Well, either way they scored, it's a run batted in for Barry Lyons. And we'll wait and see how they do score it. Ball was in the dirt, and Durham...
RBI and a run score. And he hits it high and deep to left center field. It is gone. A 2-run home run for Howard Johnson. His 28th of the year, and the Mets now lead 23-9.
Since he's had his check for Cork, and he's come up clean both times, getting his first home run. And it's his 28th home run as we look at it again. Fastball out over the plate. He gets it up in the jet stream, and it is gone. Strawberry earlier getting his 29th home run, so Strawberry the leader, but 2 RBIs for Johnson, and he leads the club in runs batted in.
They're near to make the play. So the inning is over, but Howard Johnson with a 3-run home run. The Mets score 3 on 3 hits. And we will go on to the bottom of the 8th with New York comfortably in front, 23-9 after this for the good old Skies. Whoa. John Fierro, the trainer. Wow, he's... Oh, baby. He's talking about what DePino's doing down there in the runway.
There goes another water cooler or something.
He's ripping. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And the ball game is over. Jeff Ennis pitches the last 2 innings, strikes out 4. But Ron Darling, the story, as he won his 6th straight game, and he has now won 8 of his last 9 starts. Darling's record now 10-7. The losing pitcher, Greg Maddux, is 6-11. The Mets beat the Cubs 23-10 to close out this short road trip. Ralph and I'll be right back to wrap it up right after this message from Budweiser.
Mookie, the leadoff hitter, wearing number 1.
And a hard smash down the right field line. It'll be extra bases. Maldonado over, quickly getting the ball to second with no chance against Mookie Wilson. Mookie in his last 6. And Mookie's 15th 2-base hit. It brings up Tim Teufel for the first time. This ball lined to left field. Leonard misjudges it. It's over his head, and it'll go for extra bases. Wilson scores. The ball game is tied on back-to-back doubles by Mookie Wilson and Tim Teufel.
Have proven they can slug it out with anybody. Hammaker throws this, looked like a fastball, and it was smoke, no doubt about it. That's the type of ball a left fielder or any outfielder will misjudge a line shot. And Teufel hitting with a lot more power.
Hard ground ball off the glove of Kevin Mitchell. It should score a run. Santana comes in and scores. The ball thrown to second base, and once again it's tied as Gooden gets an RBI, his 3rd of the year. That might possibly be scored as an error. It was well hit, though.
I'm giving him a hit. So is Red Foley. Ball was scalded, and it just ate Kevin Mitchell up. And Santana scoring. Dwight Gooden with a single and an RBI. And you won't hear the last of that, Ralph. Dwight loves to talk about his hitting. That ball just eats Mitchell up. Here it is, another angle. That's why they call it the hot corner.
Johnson with his 28 home runs, 6th. 1 ball, no strikes. This ball drilled to left field, way back it is, gone goodbye. And the Mets lead it by a score of 5-2. Roger Craig coming out, and that'll be all for Hamaker.
Now, when scouts take a look at a player, they talk about the ball jumping off his bat. Right there, the ball just exploded off of Howard Johnson's bat. A home run for Hojo. The Mets are way out in front of the Giants now. And for Howard Johnson, his 29th home run. 5-2 Mets on top of the Giants. See the ball jump off that bat. Wow.
So no doubt about it, as Johnson ties for the club lead in home runs with Darryl Strawberry with his 29th.
50 of 60 decisions. Dwight Gooden has won at 9.
These camera people don't miss anything. It signs up in a third tier here. Swing on in there. Listen to the crowd. And we'll be back. Couldn't manage a meat market. Sal Bando. There's a drive, left field. That ball is gone. Tim Tuffa.
Telling his outfielders to play where the fans are out there.
Get up on that wall.
I don't know. Tell you, at the very mention of meat market, Tim Tuffa takes his cleaver out, wails on this piece of, or I guess the side of beef. Where's the beef? It's cowhide now, right?
That's right. That's exactly right. Shortage of horses.
That's flat. So he's already...
This one, forget it. This is a home run. Kevin McReynolds.
That's awesome right there. I mean, he really smoked that ball. That ball got out of here in a hurry. RBI number 22, make that home run number 22. RBI number 75 for Kevin McReynolds. Wow. Short, compact swing, just like Bill Madlock. In comparison, only a bigger Bill Madlock. I mean, that ball one-hops the fence. See the curl? That's flat. And I agree with you, Fran. He flattened the ball. That's the only thing left. Boy, what a picture swing. Wow. Swing and Darryl Strawberry swing. Check it out, Ralph. You could explain it better than I.
Well, look at McReynolds. He just takes it back in a three-quarter cock and puts it on there with very little motion, which is the right action. Darryl just does it a little bit farther. And, of course, you get more power by cocking it over farther. But you also have a much longer swing, and there you see it. Now, right there you see the difference in weight shift. Strawberry behind his a little bit better than...
This looked like a home run and a half. Here's Chris Spire, who hits it well to left field. And it's McReynolds who's back, and he makes the play. Oh, boy. 1 out. Talk about doing it all.
Well, not only do you hit a home run, you can also put the glove on the ball in this fine fashion. McReynolds doing such an outstanding job for the Mets. When they got him, they knew he could play, but I think he's surprising everybody. He has done a much better job than most people anticipated, and that's not to take anything away from him, because he was a fine player at San Diego. Maybe Davy Johnson in there, too. He's
Maybe,
done
yeah.
a job.
Rip back at Gooden. He comes to Carter and over to first base, but is Gooden hurt? The Mets hoping the price is not too high for that double play.
Oh, the reaction here by Gooden is amazing. Ball appeared to hit him on the body, but he picks it up, doesn't waste a second to throw home, makes a very accurate throw, and the 1-2-3 double play ends the inning. That ball back there, and Gooden able to somehow block it, and then the double play.
And a big one it was. As we said, the Mets hoping it's not too high a price. 7-2 Mets, middle.
Well, Houston picked up another run. The fans here applauding that, and Houston leading St. Louis 3-0.
Nolan Ryan
had to have a scorecard to find out who was pitching.
Santana again, and he throws out Aldrete. So in typical McDowell style, the Giants go in order. 3 ground ball outs. Roger Craig and his troops returning. They cannot take sole possession of first place tonight. Houston, remember, 3 games back. And Cincinnati lost their ball game. So the Giants happy about that. The totals on the game, 7-12-12-2 for the Mets, 2-6-0 for the Giants. Dwight Gooden, the winner, his record now 10-4.
Mets beating the first place Giants tonight 7-2. The Cardinals just lost. The Mets are just 3.5 games out of first. And Gooden helped his own cause. Base hit in the second inning. Santana scored, and that tied it 2-2 after 2. Then in the third, here's the winning hit Sue saw. Howard Johnson, 3-run shot off Atlee Hammaker, 5-2 Mets. They did not check his bat for cork. Tuffle and McReynolds also hit homers, and some defense. Watch Gooden in the 7th inning, bases loaded. Jeffrey Leonard ripped it off his hip. Calmly goes 1-2-3 for the double play. That was it. McDowell mopped up. Gooden got 5 strikeouts to collect his 10th win of the year. And former Met Kevin Mitchell, who now plays for the Giants, had some interesting thoughts on where the Mets might have gone wrong.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I don't think they should have messed with the team in the first place. Got rid of Ray Knight, you know, and things like that. I don't see the same spirit that they had last year, you know. So I thought they should have just left the team like it was.
And not traded him, he thinks. But he does think the Mets can win it this year.
What a play. Now it's 3-2, and they got to come in. 3-2, bases loaded, winning run at third.
Well, we'll see if Brenly has that same sequence of signs, the flashing fingers. It looks like the split finger. Fastball right down Broadway. So Gereltz strikes out Howard Johnson to end a very exciting 9th inning. So we got overtime here at Shea, 6-6 after 9, and we're back after this.
Here we go. Let's sort it out. Another batty night at Shea. The Mets lost to the Giants, 10-6 in 10 innings, but the Cardinals also lost, so the Mets are still 3.5 games out. 2 Mets reached 30 homers for the first time in the same year. Here's one of the bottom of the first inning. Here goes Darrell. This is number 30 for him off Mike Krukow. First Met lefty to ever hit 30. Dave Kingman had hit 37 from the right side. Then in the second inning, here we go again. Howard Johnson with a moonshot that hits the scoreboard. It's his 30th. He's never hit more than 12, so what do? Right, they take his bat away again for the 3rd time. Hojo will not need x-rays at the dentist anymore. He can just stand next to his bat and catch the reflected rays. And when Candy Maldonado fouled one off, the Mets took his bat away, even Steven. Oh, the joy of baseball. But in the 10th inning, pitcher Scott Gereltz was the batter for the Giants, and he creams one to right field. Darrell was in. It goes over his head. Ground rule double. That was just part of the damage. A 4-run 10th for the Giants to beat the Mets tonight in 10 innings, 10-6. Now, in the American League.
Bush League. All right, let's go to the videotape. Bottom of the first, 1-1 and 1 on. And Darryl Strawberry, career high, 30 home runs, 3-1 Mets. Howard Johnson comes up and says, come on, Darryl, we're in the same club. His 30th, first time ever. 2 Mets Same year, 30 or more home runs apiece. But a third time this year, Howard Johnson's bat is taken out of the game for inspection. After 3 Met errors helped the Giants tied at 5-5, here we are, 6-6 in the 10th. Chili Davis fly ball, McReynolds throw too late. Maldonado makes it 7-6. They score 3 more and win it 10-6. In Houston, bottom of the 7th, 1-0 Cardinals, 2 on, 2 out. And Canonetti, there it goes, long drive right field. Lindemann back, can't get it over his head. Ashby scores. Here comes Bass right behind him, and the Astros beat the Cardinals 2-1.
And this ball lined to right field, and Dykstra continues to hit the Giants. And Dykstra trying for second. The throw gets away, and on the air by Davis in right field, Dykstra ends up at second base.
Watch Davis. It appears that he peaked. Nope, didn't peak. Just a flat bobble. And Dykstra giving himself every opportunity to take the extra base by running hard to first. That's a real good.
And Backman trying to bunt for a base hit, and he's got it. Ollie Backman running for a base hit. And Kelly Downs. And Keith lines it up the middle for a base hit. Dykstra comes in to score, and the ball game is tied at 1 as Keith Hernandez gets a run batted in.
RBI number 63 as Hernandez given the green light.
Again, Hernandez right on top, and he swings away, hits it right by Keith Hernandez, a base hit. What a job of heading by Kelly Downs. 1 run scores, 2 run score, and the Giants lead by a score of 2-1. As Kelly Downs switches with Hernandez charging on top of him.
But it's doubtful that Brinley will be chosen for that squeeze play. But here he comes. Cone will go home, out at home. How about that? Clark broke way too late, Ralph.
Well, with the infield in, and Brinley a good hitter at the plate, why would you squeeze here?
I don't know.
Bunted too hard, and the out is made at third. So they lose a runner at third. The gamble does not pay off. And I agree with you, Clark, a little late getting down the line, but the bunt was not a good bunt. It was bunted very hard right back to Cone, which made the play.
Well, of course, with the runner running, you know, I agree the bunt was very hard, but with the squeeze, the very fact that the runner runs, that protects the runner because he takes off with the pitch.
Well, Ralph, especially since they made the trade on July 4th with San Diego.
This ball hit high in the air, but it's very high. Going back and looking. It's gone. Goodbye. Kevin McReynolds with a home run. And the Mets have tied their all-time high for home runs in a single season. That is home run number 148.
Downs, a fastball up. McReynolds hits this ball so high, it hardly seemed like it was going to carry well enough to get out of the ballpark. But it certainly did. It shows the strength that Kevin McReynolds really has. That ball seemed like it was a surprise when it went out of the ballpark.
Count to Santana. And it's sliced off to right field. It'll be a base hit. Johnson comes in to score. Santana goes to second, and the Mets have picked up another. It's the Giants 4 and the Mets 3, and the tying run is at second.
Another good slider gets him. David Cone has now struck out 5. And there are 2 out here in the 6th inning.
Drops down on him. Gets a good breaking ball here. Spire staying with it pretty good. He didn't really
trail by 1 in the middle of the 6th inning. It's 4-3 San Francisco, and we're back after the inning. Groundsman in the hole. Uribe over, and no.
Right up the middle, and a base hit into center field. Strawberry is going to go to third. Here's the throw from Milner. Not in time. McReynolds goes down to second, and Strawberry may have jammed his foot or ankle sliding into the bag. Only walk to load the bases. Hojo has flied out to shallow on young Barry Lyons. Nobody out. Well hit, deep to left. Aldretti going back. It's a grand slam home run for Barry Lyons. Take the lead 7-4 on Barry Lyons' third homer of the year. A grand slam with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And now we'll see if Roger Craig asks for his bat.
I don't think Roger Craig is going to look for the bat here. Billy Downs again trying to get in on Lyons. Doesn't make it. Lyons fouled off a real tough pitch out over the plate. Downs, who had been successful after the first pitch in that series and that time at bat, tries to get in there again and does not get the ball in there. Barry Lyons snaps this ball, really a high ball again. See Aldretti up on the wall trying to get there, no chance.
Rafael Santana sends one high and deep to left. Foul ball, and not by much at all. And the high heat punches out Eddie Milner. First strikeout for Randy Myers. Best hitter with men in scoring position. Strike 3 call. And Leonard hit what might be ball 4. Johnson stays with it and gets it. Nice play by Howard Johnson to get the final out here in the 7th inning. The Giants go in order. But it's 7-4. New York going to the bottom of the 7th after they came up with 3 in Houston. Mets with an opportunity to pull to within 2.5 games of St. Louis if New York can hold on here and win.
No contest. Third strikeout for Randy Myers and the 10th for the Mets in this ballgame.
Well, he just mows down Chili Davis in this at bat. More of that high heat just over the outside corner. Strike 3. Myers using the high heat to great effectiveness has now struck out 4 in 2 1/3 innings of work.
Biz, and super job by all the guys up there.
Howard Johnson with a good backhand pick. Guns out. Joel Youngblood. A fine play by Johnson for the 2nd out here in the 9th inning.
Boy, this is really a fine play. Goes to his right and in, and a short hop. No less.
Number 21.
Oh, good play by Johnson. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
And then that rifle arm.
It's a 29 Burgundy.
Strike 3. Randy Myers puts down 9 San Francisco Giants in a row to pick up his 3rd save of the year. He strikes out 5 of the 9 batters he faces in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. And David Cone, who pitched 4 strong innings of 2-hit, no-run ball, is the winner. His record now 3-2. Kelly Downs, the San Francisco starter, is the loser. His record 9-8 on the year. Tim and I'll be right back to wrap it up. And, of course, Ralph will be along with the afternoon edition of Kiner's Corner. So stay with us. The final again, New York 7 and the San Francisco Giants 4 as the Mets take 2 out of 3 from San Francisco. Now here's a word from AT&T.
Today, Howard Johnson was absolved of corking, and he showed Dave Pallone a bat he autographed for Giant manager Roger Craig, who had taken one of his last night. This is Kevin McReynolds homering in the 4th, his 23rd off Kelly Downs, as the Mets battled back from 4-1 down after having blown a 5-1 lead last night. And at 4-3, Barry Lyons in the 6th crashed his first career grand slam to win it. Lyons subbing for Gary Carter, the hero.
It was really a big hit for me, and by far my biggest of my career, and so far. And just hope there'll be more.
Two other rookies also played major roles. Randy Myers worked 3 perfect innings with 5 strikeouts, following 4 scoreless frames by winner David Cone to put him within close range of the leader.
We're right there, and we showed character today coming back.
And Keith Hernandez's former club, the Cards, have now lost 5 straight to put their lead in the East in precarious position. Now, Cards had, in fact, taken the lead with 4 in the 7th, and Terry Pendleton shot. Astros' Gerald Young goes into spasm, 2-score, 4-3 Cards. But bottom of the 7th, bases loaded, 1 out. Jose Oquendo bobbles a double play ball, 1 scores. Moments later, a sac fly won it. 7 straight for Houston. They are now just a half game out west. And Montreal in the East falls to 3 back as they lose to L.A. Molitor finds him at 35 straight as tonight in Cleveland in the 2nd inning facing Ken Schraub. Molitor lines a bases loaded level just inside the left field line. First of 3 hits for him, 2-run score. Molitor now just 2 games away from the 5th longest streak since the century began. Brewers win it 14-2.
Ground ball, tough hop, Hernandez, great play, assist, got him. 1 away. This is why, when a ball goes by Keith Hernandez, you almost blink and look twice. Because these types of plays, great as they may be, are almost routine with that guy.
Runners at 2nd and 3rd for the Dodgers. And the pitch, a fastball right on through.
Here's that pitch again. Good heater.
Is this year. 3-2 pitch, and he gets in with a splitter, and Darling pitches out of the jam as the Dodgers leave 2 in scoring position on 2 hits. The score at the end of 1/2 inning, the Dodgers nothing. A 3-2 pitch, blooped into center field, a broken bat base hit, and Mazzilli is on as the Mets get their first hit. 2 of those wins against the Mets. Runner goes, a curveball. Scioscia's throw is offline into center field. Mazzilli will go to 3rd on the throwing error, and the Mets have a base runner at 3rd with 1 man out.
One of the emptiest feelings a catcher can have. He comes out of the chute. As you look at Tommy Lasorda in the Dodger dugout talking about that throw. Here's Scioscia coming out of the chute, and the ball bounces. It really doesn't bother you that much as a catcher if it bounces. You want to throw a perfect throw to second base, but when you pick up the error, that
he almost hits Bob Wells. Have you ever hit a pitcher throwing to second?
No, I
And as Mazzilli goes over to 3rd base, and the Mets a chance to score an easy run, there's a drive off a curveball into the corner, and it is off the fence. Carter will have to hurry to make 2. Here's the throw, and he is out.
Gary thought the ball was gone, and I think he watched it. He headed for second base, and it was a perfect throw to nail him. Perfect throw. You saw Mazzilli scoring. They had Gary by 25 feet.
He does get a run batted in. The Mets take the lead, 1-2 strikes, 2 men out. Mets leading 1-0. Sachs running with a pitch, but that is academic as Guerrero struck out. Strikeout number 6 for Ron Darling. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left, and the score at the end of 80
because Robin Yount started the season on the DL. Look at that play.
Great play, Backman. Scored 4-3, 2 down.
Paul Molitor, a second baseman, part of that year in 80, and watch this second baseman, Pickett. Pickett Wilson. What the players used to say, Pickett Wilson, like Wilson Pickett, that rock and rolls.
I liked it.
Yeah.
It took me about 2 years to figure it out when I joined the Cleveland Indians organization.
No.
He also managed the Cubs for about a half a year. There's that split-finger fastball, and Sachs has been perfect. He's 3 for 3, 3 hits. Kenny Lando's perfect. He's 3 for 3, 3 strikeouts. That obviously will do it for the Dodgers. There's the score.
Range club this year.
Yeah, they are. Lee Mazzilli just picked up his second hit. He's been perfect. A lot of perfection here tonight. 2 for 2 for the Met left fielder.
Well, I'll tell you, just can't say enough about the job that Lee Mazzilli has done all season long. Anybody who's played the game regularly understands how difficult it is when you're playing on an irregular basis and to maintain your timing. And Mazzilli, through sheer hard work, out.
He's got to work on Howard Johnson now. Curveball, base hit. So Howard Johnson picking up a hit, and Mazzilli hustling all the way to third base. Runners on the corners, 1 man down.
Howard appeared to be looking for that breaking ball. He waits very well. Rifles one down the right field line, and good base running by Mazzilli. It's a second 2-1 pitch out in this series. Something for the Mets to... How about this? Believe in this. I don't believe it.
Well, Lee Mazzilli scoring the second run in a wild pitch. I'd like to hear what Tommy's saying.
The Dodgers all but out of things as far as this inning was concerned.
It's Sweet 16 back in the 4th inning.
Single to left field.
2-0 fly ball deep left center field. It's way back. It's a home run. Keith Hernandez. Go ahead, Keith. Touch them all. He wasn't sure if it bounced over.
That's because any ball he hits to left field, generally speaking, is an out. However, last night he doubled off Valenzuela to left, and now a home run. That's home run number 13 on the year, and five have been to center field or to left field. And that's what Keith says is his reasoning that the ball is juiced up.
You say, what's going on? He can play.
Watch your ball down in the strike zone, and Keith just drives it to left central. Right next to his Sweet 16 for 17.
How about that?
Out 3-1 New York, 8th inning. Got him on strikes. A buzz ball on the outside corner. 2 outs.
Stepping up, third baseman, Mickey. Well, we mentioned that Dave Pallone was known for a big strike zone, and right here, if you know that as a hitter, you just can't take pitches that are that close. That ball was really borderline, and Tom Lasorda said.
Ground ball, good play. Hernandez to second, into left field. Shelby didn't see the ball. Mazzilli's going to have to hurry now. Had Shelby gone immediately, there was a chance that he could have scored, but he didn't see where the ball was. Guerrero scores on the overthrow. It's now 3-2.
This didn't look like a bad throw when we first looked at it.
Line drive to right field, and Strawberry is there. So on one pitch, Roger McDowell does the job. The Dodgers with 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left. It's 3-2, a squeaky one here at Shea after 7.5.
The reason for that, as Ralph said, hard thrower.
Oh, boy.
Almost hit Keith.
This was close. I mean, this was really close.
Now something may be wrong with Matt Young. What's going on in this inning?
This was a fastball right at Keith Hernandez's head, and he got out of there at the very last moment. See another pitcher because Young is hurt.
You ever see anything like this?
No.
They're trying to match a pitcher for each hitter before this at-bat, and now they're bringing in another pitcher during the at-bat.
This will be the 5th pitcher in this inning.
Brian Holton. Man. To Sachs, to Guerrero. After everything, after all of the pitching changes and the intentional walks and the real walks, 5 pitchers in this inning, and the Mets don't score. 5. It's 3-2 New York. We'll go to the 9th after this. Unbelievable. Tapper, good play, McDowell. 1 out. Oh, boy.
Well, you can't get up in the air any higher than this, and it probably would have been a base hit. Dow goes up there as high as he can go and flags it down. He is an outstanding fielder.
He is indeed. Ralph, fans on their feet. Tapper toward third. Santana will have to hurry. Out at first. I did not think Santana had a chance to get him, but we've been wrong all night. What's going on? I'm telling you. The Mets win it 3-2. Roger McDowell with another save, and Ron Darling with a well-deserved win. What a ball game. I'm telling you. Roger with the low 5 with Darryl Strawberry.
Dal Cogan coming up with his 20th save. And the Mets have, on this homestand, won 5 and lost 4, and they stay even with the St. Louis Cardinals. With the Cardinals winning today, the Mets are 4.5 games back in 2nd place. Santana really putting something on this throw, one of his harder throws. He usually times
the curveball for a strike.
Well, here's the bunt play, and fielded by Gooden, the throw to Johnson at third, and Johnson made it look very good at third base and throws across to first to get the double play. And
interstate rivalry. On the corner, Maldonado complains to Dutch Rennert, but Gooden records his first strikeout. 2 outs.
Well, Dutch, when you take that mask off, and here's the pitch, it did look like it was out of the strike zone.
And Will Clark now will have some words with home plate umpire Dutch Rennert, who is not the most popular person in the park this evening. Strikeout number 3 for the doctor.
They affected also. See if this pitch was inside. Kind of like the one to Strawberry. And that's what Gooden just did to Thompson, 0-2, or 2 outs. Strikeout number 4 for Gooden, and the batter Chris Spire. Good curveball here.
2 fastballs, then 3 straight curveballs, 2 high, and this third one right in there.
Got him on strikes. Strikeout number 5 for Gooden. That's 8 in a row retired by Gooden. Lacoste and Gooden locking horns here at the stick. No score after 5. Now here's a word from the good olds guys. Has 31 home runs. Dave Kingman had 37 for the club record back in 1976, and he did it again in 1982. Well hit deep to right, and the Mets are on the board with a tremendous home run by Howard Johnson. Upper decker. Wow. Where's the bat?
And Roger Craig sitting there motionless, not making a move to check Howard Johnson's bat that has been x-rayed 3 times this year, and Howard has been exonerated every time. This pitch in that very volatile down and in area to a left-handed hitter, and watch this, boom time, right out over the plate about knee or thigh high. And I'm telling you, Hojo sitting all over it, puts it in about the 2nd row of the upper deck for number 32 of the year. He now has 84 RBIs.
There's a strike. Tanner.
Howard Johnson just crushing a pitch from Mike Lacoste to give the Mets a 1-0 lead, leading off in the top half of the inning, smashing this one into the upper deck. And we are efforting the facts as to how many balls have been hit into the upper deck here at Candlestick Park since they enclosed this stadium. Mike LaCrosse's reaction at the end of the half inning, very predictable and very understandable. But Howard Johnson, as you said, Timmy, has away as far as the weather is concerned.
Swing and a miss. Gooden gets a big strikeout. And it's strikeout number 6 on the evening, 1 away.
Dwight, a far different pitcher the last few innings than he was the first few innings of this ball game. And since he really prefers ball at foggy Candlestick Park as the best music between innings in the National League, which you can find right here in San Francisco, by Howard Johnson. Right back up the middle and a base hit into center field. So Lenny now 2 for 4. And the second hit off Scott Gereltz, and the Mets now have a total of 4. There goes Lenny. Pitch is taken for a strike, and Dykstra in well ahead of the throw as Brenly one-hopped it down to Shore, staying there. Line drive up the middle and a base hit. Here comes Dykstra around third. He will score, and the Mets lead 2-0. Keith Hernandez with his 66th RBI extends his hitting streak to 17 straight games.
So Keith doing it on his last at bat, driving in Lenny Dykstra, who had singled and stolen second. And in spite of the strategy by Roger Craig playing the percentages of a left-hand pitcher against the left-hand batter, the Mets come up with their second run of the ball game. So Keith does it, and does it well.
In New York. Line drive into right center field and a base hit, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. Hernandez scores easily. McReynolds is going to try for a triple. Here's the relay from Thompson. Not in time. It hits him, but doesn't get far enough away for him to advance any further. And it's 3-0 New York on an RBI line drive triple by Kevin McReynolds.
So the strategy pulled off by Roger Craig, although it goes by the books, it backfires on Roger as he brings in the left-hander to pitch to Keith Hernandez, and Keith singled the drive and a run, and then bringing the right-hander in against Kevin McReynolds, and McReynolds hitting the triple to drive and a run. For McReynolds, his third 3-base hit of the year, and the Mets lead it by a score of 3-0.
McReynolds now with 77 RBIs, and here's Gary Carter. And he rips one by Mitchell at third, down into the left field corner. McReynolds scores to make it 4-0. Carter easily going to second base with a double.
And for Gary Carter, his 300th 2-base hit in his major league career.
Carter picking up his 67th RBI. And the Mets doing a job on the Giants bullpen, which has ordinarily been very tough.
So Kevin Mitchell dives for it. He can't get it. And the Mets now have scored a run against 3 pitchers in this inning. Scott Gereltz, Craig Lefferts, and Don Robinson.
Howard Johnson will be out. But it may be too little too late for the Giants, as the Mets have scored 3 times here in the 9th inning on 4 hits. And we go to the bottom of the 9th with Dwight Gooden, and the Mets now leading San Francisco 4-0 after this. The pan continues if it does. Breaking ball grounded to third, and a fair ball. Johnson goes to second to again get the lead runner, and the ball game is over. Dwight Gooden pitches his 4th complete game of the season, his 2nd shutout, and his 3rd victory in a row, and his record now is 12-4. And with the Cardinals winning earlier tonight, the Mets keep pace with St. Louis, 4.5 games back in 2nd in the National League East. Houston lost their ball game, so the Giants remain 2.5 games in front of the Astros in the National League West. Ralph and I will be right back to wrap it up here from Candlestick tonight, or this morning, wherever you may be. The final again, the Mets 4 and the San Francisco Giants nothing. Now here's a word from Budweiser.
He's on his way to second and now to third, and Dykstra leads off with a triple.
Maldonado could have played this ball safely. He elects to go for the catch, however, and by doing that, that allows Dykstra to lead off the ball game with a triple. Candy came in and then over. Had he cut directly over initially, possibly would have made the catch, but a nice try by Maldonado. But by making that diving try, he allows Dykstra.
Dave Magadan hitting .320 with 2 home runs, 18 RBIs. He singles up the middle, and the Mets quickly have the lead as they score a run.
Well, you saw Dykstra and Magadan, one quick run. Keith Hernandez batting third. Darryl Strawberry.
Should say 9th in wins with his 171. He is 9th in strikeouts. And now with the runner going on the pitch, Hernandez singles to right field, and Magadan goes on to third. So the Mets out smoking here. First 3 batters with base hits, and they lead 1-0 with runners at first and third.
Well, Magadan indeed running on the play, as you see, and Hernandez, who had his 17-game hitting streak stopped yesterday, starts another one. That was a rocket to right. All 3 balls.
He does not go on the 3-2 pitch outside for ball 4, and the first 4 batters for the Mets have got on base. So now Carter, the batter. Carter hitting .240 with 17 home runs, 67 runs batted in. This ball hit deep to left field. It could be back out of here. It's going. It is gone. Goodbye. Carter with a grand slam home run, and the Mets lead it by a score of 5-0. Gary Carter with his 18th home run of the year, and the Mets take the lead by a score of 5-0. And Carter with another grand slam home run in his major league career.
It's Gary Carter's 11th grand slam home run, and that leads all active players. And that's the biggest hit Gary Carter has had in this season, I think, offhand.
He has not been getting the big hit to win ball games, but this one's certainly a big one here.
Well, I'll say, a hanging breaking ball from Rushell. Aldretti tracking it down, and the Mets trying to match the Giant first inning of yesterday, and they've already done that.
Giants got 5 in the game.
Base in the East.
Rip to left. McReynolds makes the play. What a play by Kevin McReynolds. Wow. That ball darting away from McReynolds. He dived for it and made the play. 3 up, 3 down in the 5th, 5-1. New York after 5, and we're back after this from the good olds guys, and that's what he is. The top of the 6th inning after that sparkling play on a sparkling day.
McReynolds, who plays left field as well as anybody in baseball, picking this ball 6 inches off the turf, and then, of course, going into his gymnastics floor exercise routine.
Ripped sharply. Good play by Mitchell, and he throws out McReynolds. He's out.
Kind of a one-way street.
Yeah, you can't lose.
1 ball, 1 strike, and Backman hits a high fly ball to deep right field. It's way back. It's going, gone, goodbye. Wally Backman with a home run, his first home run of the year, and the Mets take the lead 1-0.
Home run number 1 for Wally Backman, and a big home run against Eric Schau. Wally a bit concerned about being removed from the lineup for Tim Tuffle, who's been scorching the ball. And right here, Wally Backman with a big hit for the Mets.
Wally, if you recall, a couple of years back, had a 2-run home run in the 10th inning against Mike Krukow in San Francisco that won a ball game for Dwight Gooden.
Well, here's a big blow right here against the Padres, because once again the score in St. Louis, 4-0, the Cardinals on top
of the year. Fastball lined off the glove of Davis. It would certainly have been a base hit, and it caroms to Tim Flannery for the 3rd out. Oh, boy.
Well, look at it again. It's a line shot, ripped right back up the middle. I don't even know if he got his glove on it. It might have hit him on the shoulder. It stays in the air, so it's a catch made. And the Mets do not score on a tough break. Hernandez losing at least 2 runs batted in.
Well, with the score 5-1, middle of the 7th, let's go to Lee Zeidman in the studios.
Yankees.
Some of that.
Sisk gets the double play, albeit in unusual fashion. The liner to Backman, he stepped on second. No run. Breaking ball off the glove of Brown. He'll have to hurry. Not in time. We'll see how that's scored. It's probably going to be scored a base. Where Brown really played himself into the short hop. Line drive, right center. Matt can't get to it. McReynolds scores. Here comes Johnson. Santana's going to go at least to third. And it's now a 5-3 ball game. Rafael Santana with triple number 2 on the year. Boy, out of nowhere. Mets are back in it.
Oh, some hard-hit balls in this inning, and this is one of them. Santana drills it in the alley in right center. Mack tries to make the catch. Comes up a foot short. Now has to track it on down. And on the play, McReynolds scores first. Then Johnson all the way from first base comes in to score the second run of the inning. So the Mets now have the time run at the plate, and they'll go to the pinch hitter.
You know, we failed to mention that Len Dykstra, I failed, Ralph, that was my fault. Len Dykstra was taken.
Hard fastball, hard slider.
Breaking ball, base hit right center. It's going to be in there for extra bases. Look at Wilson scoop. Second consecutive triple for Mookie Wilson. It's now a 5-4 ball game. More Met fans here than Padre fans.
So the Mets now have the time run at third as Mookie goes after this slider that's down and away and drills it in the alley again. And Mack out in center field has to go to the track. Mookie motoring around, and no doubt about that, the ball is dropped out there by the relay man. But Mookie stays at third. So the Mets now have the time run at third. And
a bunt attempt. McCullers will go to first off the glove of Kruk. 5-5 and Wilson scored. Oh, boy.
Well, McCullers having to hurry the play as Mazzilli dragged it out there, and he made a bad throw to first base, threw it in the dirt. It was bobbled by Kruk, and the Mets get the time run. Here it is again. Mazzilli on the first pitch gets a fastball, pulls it out there to the right side, and Lance, in his rush to get it to first base, throws it down in the dirt. So on the error charged to the pitcher, the Mets tied up as Wilson scores from third.
Second.
Brought a left-hander in to pitch to him, and Keith had a line shot to hit the pitcher on the shoulder or glove and bounced in. Another one line back.
Another one. I don't believe it, and Hernandez fires his bat all the way into foul territory in left field.
Boy, is that tough luck hitting. Here it is again. How he ever got the glove on the ball is a miracle. A line shot right back into the glove. Knocks McCullers down, and for the second time in 2 at-bats, Hernandez lines it back at the pitcher and is out. The first time it hit the pitcher and glanced out in the air to the second baseman.
Well, the Mets tie it. They score 4. There were 2 errors in the inning, and they strand 2, again, in most unusual fashion. Orozco in now for the Mets. It's 5-5, middle of the 8th. Oh, so here's that play with first and second, 2 outs to end the 8th.
Fastball and drilled right back at McCullers. And he somehow got his glove on it to catch it. And the pitcher's a different pitcher. You see different pitches. There goes Gwynn. The pitch is swung on and missed, and that'll do it. So in the inning, the Padres threaten on a batter hit by a pitch ball and the base hit. They leave 2, and the score at the end of 3.
A big crowd on the end, but we'll show you. There it is. Look at these 3 guys do it. All right, Tim McCarver likes it. He's in the booth.
Oh, I love it. You got to love it. They're dancing to the tune Tequila. Might be appropriate.
By the way,
great.
You have to be able to shot at Mazzilli. There's a shot into center field, base hit. Here comes Strawberry. He'll score easily. Mazzilli hustles to third, and the Mets have tied this ball game up at 1. Terry Carter, a big RBI base hit with 2 out here in the 4th.
See, now consider this. When you fall behind, a guy like Carter, he sees a 2-0 fastball away, a 2-1 fastball, and a 2-2 fastball. To a major league hitter, see 3 pitches, the same big chance.
There goes Mookie. He fakes. He faked me out. Ground ball in the right field. Base hit. Mookie takes that turn at second, but holds on.
Oh, what a terrific play by Tony Gwynn. Well, charging the ball because the hops have been less predictable this year.
1-2 pitch, long drive, deep right field. If it stays fair, home run, Keith Hernandez. A big ball here in San Diego. The Mets score 3. They're on top of the Padres, 4-1.
Just like last night, you see as many Met fans here in San Diego as you do San Diego fans. And I'll tell you, this is just inexperience on the part of Santiago, throwing a straight change with the count 1-2 to an off-speed hitter like Hernandez. Man, he can hammer that pitch any count. And when you get ahead of Hernandez, finally Keith, however, hit a ball where nobody was. They can't catch those. He hit one where there are no fans saying, now catch that. But it's his 3rd at bat. And this one hit deep in the right center, and he's got it, pal. And his first major league hit's going to be for extra bases. He's at second with none out. Probably heard you.
I'm sure he did. Well, David going 19 at-bats before coming up with his first major league hit. He's had some pretty good swings at the plate. He gets a high fastball, and that pitch is a good pitch for a pitcher to hit. They say never throw high fastballs to country boys or pitchers, and he's one of each.
There goes Strawberry, a tremendous jump, no throw.
Stolen base number 24 for Darren.
Did not hit
the combination to win.
There goes Strawberry, the throw not in time. So Strawberry has stolen second and now 3rd.
Did the same thing in last night's ball game, but a rather unusual play kept him from getting the stolen base at 3rd. John Kibler, who was the home plate umpire, interfered with the catcher, and he made Strawberry go back. It was Carter at the plate, and he was struck out on the play. So Strawberry didn't get the 2 stolen bases last night. He does here tonight.
Very honorable decision, I might add, by
Rip Collins had 35.
Line drive, base hit left field. So Johnson comes through, RBI number 87 on the year, and it's now a 5-1 Met lead.
Well, behind Howard Johnson, you have Rafael Santana. And Johnson doesn't hit it too hard. It's off the end of the bat. The bat is broken, but it's a base hit, and Johnson's having that count.
2-2. Ground ball up the middle. Tuffle to Hernandez. Double play. Tony Gwynn has hit into 2 double plays tonight, and I don't think I've ever seen that with that man. No runs, no hits, 1 left. 5-1 New York after 8. We'll be right back. Line base hit right field. Wilson will try to score. Gwynn charged in a hurry, and Perlazo held him up at 3rd. Randy Myers scores. The bases remain loaded. Still 1 out. 6-1 New York.
Well, I don't know how they stopped Mookie Wilson. He was going full speed ahead around 3rd.
Ground ball toward 1st. Kruk to shortstop Templeton. Not in time, back to 1st. Comstock saying he caught the ball, but Strawberry beat.
Flipping the ball back. 2 players at 1st. Comstock and Kruk, and Strawberry gets the call. Comstock made the catch. Then you could see Strawberry was safe.
Comstock. Off the glove of Santiago. Tuffle scores. It's 8-1 New York. And that ball's got to be handled. Out in front of the Astros. Houston lost to Chicago tonight. Line drive, base hit, center field. Here comes Strawberry. And yet another nail in the coffin. It's now 9-1.
That was Keith Hernandez's credentials. You start off poorly, they stay with you for a year and a half.
You better believe it. There's one deep to right. It's got to be gone. It is gone. Goodbye. Keith Hernandez with another home run, and the Mets take the lead 2-0.
But the Mets are happy they didn't bench him. Listen to this crowd. They have a charter flight come out here. It's amazing. The Mets fans throughout the National League. Keith Hernandez with a big, at the expense of sounding trite, a big home run for the Mets. The Mets do not play that well against the Dodgers. At least this year they haven't. Keith Hernandez, 16th home run. RBI number 73 and 74. Hillegas challenging Keith out over the plate with the fastball. Keith getting ahead of the bat on the ball and driving the ball in the bullpen. Keith Hernandez a lot stronger this year. Of course, he's another guy using those weights. Of course, you don't believe in those weights.
Well, he didn't use the weights, but
athletes respond to guys who just let you play. I think guys need to be prodded.
That ball's prodded a long way to left field. That ball's out of here. Home run, Rick Aguilera. He had a big lead swing on that pitch. Whoops. He's unhappy.
Tell you, when you see Aguilera swing the bat, you mentioned that he didn't become a pitcher until his junior year at Brigham Young. He was a shortstop here at UCLA his first year, and then he switched to Brigham Young, where he was a roommate of Jim McMahon, the quarterback for the Bears. And with all that peripheral information, what I'm trying to say is he can hit.
I like that information.
Yeah, that's his third major league home run. He had 2 last year. What, 3-1 fastball, and Aguilera just hammers this to left field. That ball was smoked. Theo, the Double-A affiliate of the Dodgers, and the slider poked toward first in foul territory. Grabbed by Hernandez. Good play, 1 away.
Well, this ball not hit very high, so Keith has to go all out to get to it, and he just does. Fine play by Keith to get a turn about it.
Ground ball by Guerrero at first. Johnson scores. Dykstra to second. Santana to third. It's now 5-0 New York, and we'll see how it's going to be scored.
8-9. And for the Mets, right-hander Rick Aguilera with a record of 7-2. A number on average of 3.28. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Kiner, along with Brinley. Coming into this pennant race, they are now 2.5 games back of the St. Louis Cardinals, 1/2 game up on the Montreal Ball Club. There's a look at the standings. The Cardinals have won 81 and lost 56. The Mets 79 and 59. Montreal 78 and 59. And in the loss column, Fran, the important column, they are 3 games back of St. Louis.
Yeah, they are. And, of course, the Cardinals playing the Montreal Expos in Montreal. And the Cardinals really having trouble with Montreal this year. And they have to play him a few more times before the year's out. They tell me he could be an outstanding outfielder.
He has great speed and has good power. Aguilera starts off with a strikeout on 3 pitches.
And Bobby Bonds did the same thing quite a bit, striking out. Here's Aguilera throwing that high fastball right by Sam Well. Good rip. How about that? Sore arm most of the year.
51 RBIs. And the fastball line, and Tuffle has it. They got a double play. So the bullet turned into a double play, and that ends the inning. No one left on base to score at the end. 1.5 to Philadelphia Phillies, nothing. The New York Mets, nothing.
And the fans are cheering. They're cheering the Montreal Expos. And if the Expos continue to play for the next week. You saw the shin music of Milt Thompson, and now the chin music to Darryl Strawberry.
How tough is it for a left-hander to hang in there now? We'll see. There it is. The ball's out of here. It's all
tell you, I have goosebumps, friend, and I really do, because I don't think I have ever seen Darryl Strawberry hit a fastball in that position off a left-handed pitcher this hard to right field. I mean, he crushes this ball. I mean, crushed. That ball's got a dent in it. Darryl Strawberry, I'll guarantee out of 100 thrown by a left-handed pitcher that hard and in that position, he's not going to pull but one of them. And that's the one. Boy, I'm telling you, what a rope. Oh, boy. I mean, a pea to right.
There's a shot in the left field, base hit. Take on the Cardinals in 3 big ones this weekend. McReynolds going. Got a ball off of Schmidt's arm. Here comes McReynolds to third. And they hold him up as Carter cruises into second base with a stand-up double. Is the roof falling in on Shane Rawley?
Well, you don't know that, but I'll tell you, this is probably the most animated, inspirational inning as you see the bad hop off of Schmidt's shoulder. Watch Mike go to his right, actually off his elbow. McReynolds, if there were 2 outs, probably would have been sent on this ball, but with Johnson and Santana coming up, no way, and nobody out.
This doesn't give a steady diet of bad sliders to Howard Johnson down and in. Johnson gets a base hit into right field. The Mets will score another run. They've taken a lead, 3-2. Howard Johnson coming through again in the clutch.
5 straight hits has given the Mets the lead. And Howard Johnson coming through again, and it's no second guess. You brought it up before it happened, but you really wonder whether pitching to Johnson was the right. That ball didn't have a chance to get up. Let's look at it once again from the third base camera. Oh, well, this is the over the shoulder, all right. But see the curl by Strawberry, we've talked about it a lot of times. He has so far to bring the bat. He's got so far to swing that bat from over his head. And when he does that, that's why it's difficult to pull the ball. You know, usually guys who hold that bat straight up and down, they can pull the ball, but not see the curl right there. Now look how far he has to go. Now this is an inside fastball, close to 90 miles an hour. And I mean, he crushed that ball. You talk about impressive. That was as impressive a home run as I've seen Strawberry hit. Not because of distance, but because of what he did to that particular pitch.
You get a good look at it.
Game-winning RBI last night in the 6th.
There goes Hojo. He's got number 28.
You know, it's nice to talk about all that 30-30 stuff and everything, but right now, last 24 games, I'll guarantee you the Mets don't care whether they're in a 30-30 club or Bohemian club or country club or any of that stuff you guys want to do.
I'll follow the leader.
Yeah.
2-1. And there's a shot in the left field. 1 run scores. They're going to hold up Johnson. So Rick Aguilera, a big base hit. Johnson safe at third. Carter scoring the Mets' 4th run, and Shea has gone crazy.
See, Perlazo tries to hold Johnson up on the bag, but Howard is a fast runner, and his momentum carried him around the bag, and he dives back in time. That was a very good play by Johnson. Perlazo doing all he can, and a big, big hit for Aguilera.
Oh, what a job Aguilera has done for this ball club. It's a long drive. Right field, that ball is gone. Home run, Mookie Wilson.
Johnson falling behind Wilson like he did to Aguilera, only Mookie does more damage. 7-2 New York. Wow. 2-1 fastball, and Mookie hits it as hard as he can. Down and in. Oh, a bullet off the manufacturer's Hanover sign in right center.
Tim Tuffle pops the ball up, shallow center field. Thompson coming in, and he'll make the catch. We need the rest. 2 down. All of a sudden, here in the 6th inning, the Mets explode. Mookie Wilson home run, Darryl Strawberry home run. The Mets are on fire.
Mookie scored another run.
Mets 7, the Phillies 2.
Strawberry in the second one by Mookie Wilson.
All right, here you saw earlier the cock on the bat and the swing, and the pitch was on the inside, and there's just no doubt about it. What's amazing to me, as you look at Mookie Wilson now take a low fastball over the right center field fence, the Mets got 7 runs on 7 hits, and every single hit was off a fastball.
Prove staying ahead in the count. I don't know really what does.
There's no doubt about it. You can't pitch behind if you got a good team up there hitting.
And the Mets obviously a good team.
2.13. He's worked 12 2/3 innings, given up 13 hits.
Well hit, deep left center field. Back is Hughes. It's off the top of the wall. On the 3-0 count, Strawberry almost hit another one, but he'll settle for a double. Is more of a typical Strawberry drive than the one he hit last time.
Well, Darryl certainly not a full hitter per se. That ball out over the plate, right down the middle, as a matter of fact. And out there, Hughes falls down. He would not have caught the ball anyway. Juggles the ball a while, and Strawberry thought about 3, but stayed at second base. So Darryl with a double as he leads off in the 7th.
1-0 to Carter. Base hit left field. Here comes Strawberry. He's going to score. It's now 8-2 New York.
Been a different story.
Yeah, they score 3 instead of 7. Another hit to left. Here comes Johnson. Hughes' throw. 9-2 New York. This year, and that's the most he's ever hit. He had 11 a couple of years ago in '85. Well hit, deep left field. Hughes back, out of here. Home run, Strawberry. Number 2 of the night. 11-5 New York. What a performance by that guy. Kevin McReynolds. Breaking ball is low. Never gets old to take that bow, Ralph.
Number 2 on the right field side for a tremendous home run. Now this ball away from him. He's behind it slightly, goes with it, and he knows it's gone. And it was out of the park easily.
Everybody has a tendency to think that Strawberry.
Right, they have to win this ball game.
Grounder toward third, and that should do it. Howard Johnson throws out Rick Hugh, And a good job by Jesse Orozco coming in the ball game, retiring all 6 batters that he faced. And the Mets win it. And if Montreal hangs on up at the Big O, this National League East is going to be a Philly with the Cardinals coming in this weekend.
The Mets will move to within 1.5 of the Cardinals, and Montreal will move to within 2 of the Cardinals.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It will be rocking this weekend at Shea. 3 full houses. Kind of like a great poker hand this weekend. Pick any 3. Montreal now leading, or still leading up in Montreal at the Big O, but the Cardinals have been out a long time at the top of the 8th. Ralph and I will be back with a wrap. We'll try to have a little filler score. Lee Zeidman for the updates and all the finals in both leagues. Once again, the final, the Mets 11 and the Phillies 5. We'll be back after this.
Cardinals are beginning to nosedive. Once proud owners of a 9-game bulge, it is now down to just a 1.5 games over the Mets, and the third-place Expos are just 2 games back. At Olympic Stadium this evening, the Expos pulling out all the stops, like the little bit of a squeeze bunt, worked to perfection. Galarraga beats the throw, 2-0 Expos. In the 5th, Galarraga comes to the plate. Chops one to Terry Pendleton at third. He can't handle it. Mitch Webster scores. It's 5-2 Expos. Next man up, Dave Engel. He slaps a clean single that's going to go all the way to the wall. That single, as I should say, is now a double. Tim Wallach scores, Galarraga scores. Expos have a 7-2 lead, and bad news for the Cards. Jack Clark just running it out, trips, falls, and twists his ankle. The status for the weekend series against the Mets is unknown. In any case, the Expos win. They're 10-4 against the Cards this season. Expos winning their 5th in a row. The Cards, meanwhile, have dropped 3 straight, and they're headed to New York on Friday. And speaking of New York, the second-place Mets pounding the Phillies this evening at Shea. Darryl Strawberry brings 2 homers for the Mets on the night, and the Mets also get another out of Mookie Wilson. All of this coming in the 6th when New York trailed 2-0. By the time the inning's over, it's 7-2, and by the time the game is over, the Mets have got an 11-5 victory. They have now won 8 of their last 11. They just can't wait for the Cards to arrive on Friday.
9-9. And on the mound for the Mets, right-hander Ron Darling, 12-8, with an ERA of 4.37.
And there you see it, the standings in the National League. Montreal losing today to the Chicago Cubs, and Montreal 2.5 games back, a game back of the Mets, and the Mets against the St. Louis Cardinals, trailing by 1.5 games and 2 behind in the loss column. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Kiner, along with Tim McCarver, Steve Zabriskie, and Rusty Staub, all set for what might be the biggest series of the year as the Mets take on the St. Louis Cardinals in 3 games. And, Tim, the excitement is here.
It really is, and Ralph, I think the reason that it's the biggest series of the year is that time's running out. The Mets have only 23 games left to play, 10 here at home, including tonight's game, and for that reason, I think it's a bigger series for the Mets than it is for the Cardinals.
1 ball, 1 strike, and this ball hit right back at Darling. It bounces off him, and it is a double play. And is Darling all right? It appeared he got his bare hand on the ball. It glanced off to the shortstop Santana in the air, and Darling appears to be hurt.
It looked like his left hand, and it looked like the heel. I don't know whether it was his right hand or not. If it's his right hand, Darling is in trouble. If it's his left hand, he can go on and pitch. It appears to be his left hand. Yep. Looked like it hit the heel of the glove or the heel of the hand. Trying to pick it up for you. Ball never hits the ground. Yep, it looked like the heel of the hand or the wrist, the inside of the wrist, and Santana, all he has to do is throw to first. It'll go a 1-6-3 line drive, double play. So the Mets hope that the break that they got has nothing to do with Darling.
That could be a good break or a bad break. And it is obviously his wrist that he is holding, and that's where the ball hit. So Darling taking a couple of warm-up pitches. 1-1 pitch and hit out to left center field. It'll be a base hit. So Tufo breaks his batting slump as he singles here in the first inning. Out.
Even against a left-hander, right.
And Tuffle does not go, and this ball line to left field. It'll be a base hit. It skips on by Coleman. Tuffle's going to score. Here he comes around third and in, and the Mets take the lead 1-0 as Keith Hernandez doubles.
Coleman gets caught in between here. A ball off the left-hander's bat's going to come back to the left fielder. And he takes the wrong approach. He goes straight at it, straight across. You can come in on that ball or go back in that ball, but you can't cut straight across, because that's the type of hop you're going to get between the arm, between the shoulder and the glove. You don't want that hop as an outfielder.
So the ball played into a two-base hit, and now Darryl Strawberry, the batter. And the curveball in there.
Said to Lake.
1 ball, 1 strike. And he comes back with a fastball. It's hit the deep right field. Going. It is gone. Goodbye. Strawberry with his 35th home run, and the Mets lead it 3-0. Well, a curtain call for Darryl Strawberry on the 2-run home run, and that brings up Kevin McReynolds. And the fastball, a strike call.
I'm sure John Tudor is saying maybe I should have said breaking ball to Strawberry. The second home run lifetime against Tudor for Darryl. No doubt about it. Wow. Here it is one more time. But Darryl, 2 straight home runs and 3 in his last 4 at-bats. Awesome. I mean awesome. Overpowering the ball.
Hard ground ball to third. It'll be a double play. Pendleton over to first base to Dreesen, and the Mets are out of it. But they score 3 runs on 4 hits. They leave 1 in the score at the end of 1. The Mets 3, the Cardinals nothing. Now here's a word from the good old guy.
Nobody tells like the daily news. To find out what's going on here, you don't have to look far. Nobody knows it like the daily news.
In my book, the best sports writer is Bill Lupica.
Well, it's Mike Lupica.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm almost positive. Nobody shows it like the daily news. Nobody knows it. Nobody shows it. Nobody tells it like the daily news. Yes, New York's hometown paper.
First base, McGee moved over to third. So he is on at third base with 2 men out. Fastball by Johnson, fielded by Santana, and look at this play. They got him. What a play by Rafael Santana and also by Keith Hernandez.
Now, Whitey Herzog says that Ozzie Smith saves over 100 runs a year, and watch Santana save a run. What a play on both ends.
So 1 run in the inning, and the score at the end of 1.5 innings, the Mets 3 and the Cardinals 1. Now here's a word from Manufacturers Hanover. Well, right here, the play by Rafael Santana. He goes into the hole to backhand it, throws while he's still in motion. The throw in the dirt dugout by Keith Hernandez. A great play to save a run.
And Santana
Koufax.
Well hit to left field. Coleman back. Out of here. Wilson, home run number 9. 4-1 New York. Looked like Mookie was just sitting on that changeup, and he got it.
Well, Mookie with a career high in home runs, his 9th home run of the year. That is his 3rd as a right-hand batter. His others came as a left-hand batter. And the Mets get back the run that the Cardinals picked up in the top of the 2nd. And the score 4-1 New York.
Here's Tim Teufel. He singled and scored the first run of the game in the 1st inning.
That's right. Mookie did have 10 home runs 1 year before, so that is not a career high. That's really picking up some games on the Cardinals. There goes Johnson, and the pitch is taken. The throw is offline, and he has joined the 30-30 club. The first Mets player to do that.
That's great. I don't know of a player who has had the determination of Howard Johnson in 1987. With all the conversation about Ray Knight and Howard Johnson not having the job, he has really earned this standing ovation that the New York fans are giving him right now. That's great, Ralph. That's just great. Gives me a tingle.
He joins a very elite group. Here for Howard Johnson as he picks up the stolen base, and Tudor misses with his next delivery. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Diving stop for out number 1.
He's not a Golden Glover for nothing, folks. This is it right here. Very fine swing, very good contact, but just a tremendous play by Keith Hernandez. Tremendous play. He has lost a little speed over the years, but his quickness is still there, and that's the most important thing for an infielder: anticipation and quickness. So this a lot. Picks the right position. Darling doing everything as you said he can. The only thing you can think of there sometimes, they talk about getting rid of the glove because the glove can get the ball, but as much as he had to extend right there, I don't think he could have barehanded it, Steve. I think he just did everything he could. You got to give credit to Coleman for just a tremendous bunt.
Play on its second. Coleman is out.
Well, if you ever wanted to put something on the video to show people how to use the pickoff at second base from the mound, this is it. Good quick turn right there. Glove down. Good call by the umpire, Frank Pulley. Picture perfect.
And the 3-2 pitch foul. Rounded out to first, and here's the pickoff of Coleman again.
He didn't really get a big step to third base, just a little bit of a lean.
Grounded. Hernandez with another play to Darling. Keith Hernandez saves the inning, along with the pickoff of Vince Coleman at second by Ron Darling and Tim Teufel. And the Mets defense does the job here in the 6th. It's 4-1. New York after 5.5, and we're back after this for your Ford dealer. 4-3 at the great play turned in by Keith Hernandez.
Drove that ball right in the ground. Ground is hard around there. We talked about Golden Glove plays. You get so used to seeing Keith Hernandez make plays like that, you don't really sometimes appreciate how amazing it really is. He just does it so often, you get used to it.
That ball was headed through the hole for a base hit into right field.
There are not that many people in the history of the game that are going to make plays like this one. As good as any first baseman has ever been at first base. There might be some people on a par with him, but certainly no one ever better.
Well, they're flying after that ball.
It's getting up in the air right there. Clear the feet.
This.
Hello. Darling skipping a little rope right there. With all the things that have happened to him today, you know he wasn't real pleased at having to dodge that bat.
Slider grounded towards second. Tuffle to Santana. Out at first, 4-6-3, and I don't believe they turned that double play. Santana, the ball barely touched the glove. No runs, no hits, an error and one left. It's 4-1 New York. After 7.5, we're back after this from AT&T.
Guys, have a nice night.
The Mets fans looking for the final out of the ball game that will move their ball club to within 1/2 game of St. Louis. Grounded up the middle, a base hit into center field. Ozzie Smith will score as Willie McGee drives in the second Cardinal run, and it is now New York 4, St. Louis 2.
Well, this gives the Cardinals a chance because it's going to bring the tying run to the plate in the person of Terry Pendleton, who has power. He has 10 home runs on the year.
Well hit to center field. Mookie Wilson going back at the wall. It is gone. A home run for Terry Pendleton, and the ball game is tied in the 9th inning. The Cardinals, after being one hit through 8 innings, 8 2/3 innings, tie the ball game up with 2 out in the top of the 9th inning.
Well, it's really hard to believe. Boy, you talk about a dramatic home run by Terry Pendleton. And he hit it to the deepest part of this ballpark. A sinker down and in. He gets all of it. Mookie, all he can do is watch it go back and out of here. And it is unbelievably a tie ball game.
David Green the batter, and David takes strike 1.
Keith Hernandez trying to pull it back.
A tapper up the middle and a base hit into center field for Green. Strike 3. The inning is over, but a little bit too late for the New York Mets and their fans' liking. We will go to the bottom of the 9th inning with the score now tied 4-4 after this for Valvoline Motor Oil. Carter's posture sort of expressing how the Mets feel right now. They just about had this game in the bag with 2 strikes.
Line drive, base hit, right center. Holman scores, Smith to third, and it's now a 5-4 Cardinal lead here in the 10th inning. At the end of 9.5, it's 6-4 St. Louis. We're back after this from Buick. Hit to left center. Coleman makes the play, and the Cardinals win it 6-4. What a devastating loss for the New York Mets, and what an inspirational victory for the St. Louis Cardinals. The totals on the game, 6, 7, and 0. The Cardinals with only 7 hits. And remember, they had 1 hit before the McGee single in the 9th inning. A tough, tough loss for the Mets. 4-10 and 1 for the Mets.
So long for now.
And after that first inning, the Mets really had only 6 hits over the next 9. All rather uneventful with the exception of the Wilson home run. Steve and I will be back with a wrap-up after this word.
A must game, and that's an overused word, but a must game for the New York Mets. They're 4 behind in the loss column. If they lose today, they'd be 5 back.
It's not only a must game to win, it's a must game to play, because if they get rained out of this game, an October 2nd doubleheader will be scheduled, And by that time, the Cardinals will have Jack Clark back in the lineup. Dan Dreesen's the starting first baseman, and certainly no knock at Dan Dreesen, but Jack Clark, one of the most potent offensive weapons in the National League.
And that game would be played in St. Louis as a doubleheader. The Mets would lose the chance to have the game here at home, and there certainly is a home field advantage in baseball. News, and we'll take a look at how this news came about. Ron Darling, the pitcher in the ball game, he was pitching a no-hitter at this point.
Happened in the 6th inning of Friday night's ball game, and when he came down on that right thumb, everybody thought it was his left hand, his glove hand initially, but then he comes down on the right thumb. Watch the right hand hit the ground as he tries to shovel the bunt to Hernandez. That's where he hurt his thumb, and he's lost for the season.
So the Mets don't want any doubleheaders, and they would have a doubleheader in St. Louis. 8.5. So David Cone to the mound. He has a record of 4-3, an earned run average at 3.98.
Game of baseball. You know what the storytelling?
Oh, Mark Twain in him, huh?
Yeah. Herb wanted to bunt. The throw to first. Got him. Carter throwing behind her to get Coleman. 2 out.
Well, look at this play. Move out here by Carter, a fine throw, and Coleman making the move towards second when he saw that the bunt attempt was coming out. Now watch this. He gets out there. He sees the batter going to a bunting position, and now he's slow getting back, and he is out as the tag is made by Keith Hernandez. Ground ball to second. They might get 2. They throw home instead, and they get the force play at home. So Wally Backman making the decision to go home, and I think it was certainly the right decision because he would have had to either tag the runner, which I don't believe he could have, and throw him to first, and he picked up the out at home.
I agree, Ralph. That's the right play. Gary Carter making a big, long stretch. Pendleton's out at the plate. Another look at it. Certainly you're not going to get a double play unless you touch the runner. You see him looking at him. That's the correct play by Wally Backman.
So now 2 men out. The base is still loaded, and this ball hit up the middle. Santana is there, and he gets the force play at second, and the Mets get out of it with only 1 run scoring. 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base to score at the end of 3.5 innings. The Cardinals won, the Mets nothing. Now here's a word from R.C. Cole. Batting .275. And a drive to right center field, a base hit. And it skips on by the right fielder, John Morris. Strawberry to second, and holding there as Morris aquaplanes into right center field. And you get an idea what that outfield is like.
Well, as I said earlier, Ralph, if you don't really watch your footing, you're going to take a header out there. Morris, an aggressive young player, trying to get over to cut this ball off. It's a fastball up in the strike zone. Strawberry really tomahawks it. Just when it hit the ground, it really bit, almost like a golf shot. And when he tried to put the brakes on to stop, he is already by the ball.
Did a good job of recovering to hold Strawberry to a double. Batting .284 for the year. And a slider hit to deep center. Going back is McGee, and it's off of the wall. And McReynolds into second base, going for 3. And he'll make it a high throw. Pendleton saves the throw, and the Mets have tied it up as McReynolds with a 3-base hit drives in Strawberry from second.
The Mets certainly with their backs to the wall here have to win this ball game. It's a high curveball, and it's crushed. McGee giving good pursuit. Didn't look very comfortable on that jump for the ball, but he had to go a long way in the wet. Seemed like he didn't know exactly where the wall was, and he certainly didn't. He was shying away from the wall as he leapt.
And a bunt attempt by Carter. If it stays fair, it will be a base hit. Carter gets in the go-ahead run as he surprises everybody with a bunt single. and he gets a run batted in, and the Mets lead by a score of 2-1.
Pendleton certainly playing extremely deep on Gary Carter. This is a very close play at first base. Carter had his mind made up, makes a decent bunt. Pendleton makes a fine play and almost gets him. Bruce Fremming at first base making the call.
So Carter with a surprise bunt, picking up a run batted in to put the Mets up 2-1. His 74th RBI.
Another angle of Gary Carter's bunt. Pendleton, a really outstanding fielder at third base, almost gets Carter. That play's close.
Boy, he made a great play there. 3 hits and leave 1 and a score at the end of 4. It's the Mets 2 and the Cardinals 1. Now here's a word from Nissan. A tag play at third and thought it was a force play. There's a drive to right. Strawberry back, can he get there? And he can. Great play by Strawberry.
Gets a good pitch to hit. Cohen gets that fastball all over the dish. Strawberry makes a fine play here. And that slop out there, you just don't know exactly what kind of footing you're going to get. Times his leap exactly correctly.
Fine play by Strawberry. Ground ball in the hole, a base hit. Coming around third. Rafael Santana, the throw to the plate, not in time. And Backman goes down to second base as the Mets now take the lead by 2. It's the Mets 3 and the Cardinals 1.
Wally Backman not noted for pulling the ball. He said the last time up he hit a shot to the second baseman. This time he gets it by the second baseman, right in that hole between first and second. Morris tries to come up with this. The ball has to be extremely wet when he does. See Backman getting that bat head out when he released the ball.
And the ground ball in the hole, another base hit. Backman coming around, his grunt is hit by the third base man. He would score anyway as Pendleton hit him as he was rounding third. It would have been obstruction by Pendleton, so the run would have scored anyway, but he scored. So the Mets get another, and they lead 4-1 as Hernandez comes through.
You called that play right. Hernandez hits it by Driesen here. As Wally Backman comes around, and you see the ball slowing down. Morris is going to make the throw. Backman ran into Pendleton. Pendleton came in toward the infield, and you can't do that. You cannot hit the runner. The call was made by third base umpire John McSherry. Very good call, but it was also pointed out by Sam Palazzo at third base. So Sammy Palazzo in the field.
Myers strikes out the side. 1, 2, 3 here in the 8th inning. It's 4-2, New York, middle of the 8th, and we're back after this from Dodge.
Randy Myers has struck out 4 in a row, and there is 1 out in the 9th.
What an impressive performance. He just beat Pena on that ball. Pena swings underneath it. Watch that bat. It's going to go right underneath the ball. He's just right by him.
On the Cardinals, batting from pitcher Lee Tony.
Tony's still looking
at the ballpark.
A high chopper to short, and this might do it. Santana to Backman, and the game is over. Randy Myers, fast becoming a New York favorite, closes the door on the Cardinals, pitching the last 2 2/3 and striking out 5 while walking just 1 as he picks up his 5th save in relief of David Cone, the winner, who is now 5-3. The Mets pull back to within 2.5 of St. Louis by winning the 3rd and final game of this series 4-2.
You see the high chopper. Santana plays it safe. Knows Lindeman's not running real well. Wally Backman's covering. Randy Myers will get excited. Not too much, though. I thought we'd get a little more emotion out of Randy Myers there. There it is. You can tell he's fired up.
Well, because of the weather, it was not quite the World Series or playoff atmosphere that existed certainly in Game 1 of this series, as Davey Johnson and Mel Stottlemyre and the Mets coaching staff out of the dugout congratulating each other and the ball club, as this is a big win for New York, made even bigger by the fact that the Mets lost the first 2 games of this series, and they now welcome the Chicago Cubs for the final 2 games of this homestand, just 2.5 back of St. Louis. And of course, the final 3 games of the regular season in St. Louis looming larger and larger as the days dwindle down.
And they're going to face Raleigh and Kevin Gross in Philadelphia, the St. Louis Cardinals. So they're going to be 2 tough pitchers.
So the pennant race is alive and well. And the New York fans go home happy here on a Sunday evening after a long, long day of rain and baseball at Shea. Ralph Kiner will be along with Kiner's Corner, but first, Rusty and I will be back for a final word to wrap this one up. As the Mets win at 4-2, we'll return after this for Ivory Soap.
They did. The Mets didn't make the move they'd hoped to before the weekend started, but after moving 2 games backward, they got it going in the opposite direction. With a 4-2 win Sunday, surviving nearly 7 hours of baseball and those rain delays. Ball players give way to the Frogmen at Shea. At least the Mets stay afloat in the East. David Cone gets Vince Coleman to hit a 1-out grounder to Wally Backman. His throw to Gary Carter gets Terry Pendleton, and Cone gets out of the inning. Bottom of the 4th, Mets get the equalizer. Then Carter's 2-out bunt scores Kevin McReynolds, who would triple to knock in Strawberry. You should applaud. Mets lead 2-1, Gary. In the 5th, Backman and Keith Hernandez at RBI singles. Mets go on to win it 4-2. They now trail the Cards by 2.5 as they got the game they absolutely had to have. Randall K. Myers comes on in relief, firing BBs as he ever pumped up, striking out 5 over the last 2 2/3. David Cone's calm, starting the biggest game of his career, might surprise you.
I was very honored, to be quite honest. You know, anytime that your manager and your pitching coach shows that much confidence in your abilities to put you out there in a big game, it was a big boost to me, and I was really looking forward to the opportunity.
And Mets take the opportunity and the victory to move back into 2nd place as the Expos lose to the Cubbies.
Faking back to first. Nice play, Johnson. A 2nd to 1 to first. In time. 5-4-3 double play.
Yeah, you got to be running in that situation. It's 3-2. I mean, Dawson, even though he strikes out like a power hitter does, I mean, he's a contact hitter, experienced hitter. He's not going to go at a bad ball because the runner's running. Palmeiro with pretty good speed. He may have missed the sign. Nicely turned, however, by Johnson. And Backman. I think you
Thursday right here on Sports Gym. Stay with us. Strawberry, base hit, right field. We got a tied ball game. Oh, what a ball game. Tied at 4. Two outs. 3-1. There's a shot left field. The Mets will take the lead. Here comes Strawberry. The throw. Not in time. 6 runs for the Mets. 4 for the Cubs. Big hit for that guy. Oh, Shea Stadium is jumping.
Well, it's been a very tough year for that man right there, Gary Carter. A lot of injuries this year, and to his everlasting credit, he has not complained. He has not blamed the injuries on his lack of production, but he certainly produces with a big hit right now. A big hit for Gary Carter.
Back to just a game and a half back of the first-place Cardinals after coming back from a 4-1 deficit to beat the Cubbies 6-5. Now, here comes the comeback in the 5th. Darryl Strawberry with the RBI single to right. That chases Wally Backman home, and the Mets are within 1. After Strawberry seals 2nd base, Gary Carter, the batter, he follows with his only hit of the night, a sharp single to left. Hernandez scores the equalizer. Strawberry slides safely in with the go-ahead run. The Mets win it 6-5 as Jesse Orosco preserves Rick Aguilera's 5th straight win, striking out 3 in 3 shutout innings for his 15th save. 19 games to go now. Mets still have a game and a half to make up on the Cards, but an effective Jesse Orosco can sure help. So can this at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. In the 11th, 1 out, bases loaded, is Mike Schmidt with an extra large size single. That's all he needs as Juan Samuel scores to give the Phils a 3-2 win over the Cardinals. Meanwhile,
has had another good night. Have all the Mets offensively. Dykstra running, grounded, left side. Dunston, even with his arm, he can't get Hernandez. First and second, 1 out.
A rare infield base hit for Keith Hernandez. Keith now his 3rd hit of the night, and this is number 2,000 career for Hernandez. And Hernandez tipping his cap. Who would have thought that number 2,000 would be credited as an infield base hit?
Nice going, that's right.
Dunston with the throw just a little too late, and Keith has reached a historic milestone. Hernandez, the 154th player in baseball history to reach the 2,000 hit plateau.
And a standing O for Keith here at Shea.
Hoping to repeat as champions. Last Friday, they lost pitcher Ron Darling for the season when he tore some ligaments in his pitching hand. Today, the Mets picked up lefty John Candelaria from the Angels for 2 minor leaguers. The Candyman may help in the stretch run for the pennant, but he cannot play should the Mets make the playoffs or the World Series. He was 8-6 for the Angels this season. Will make his first start this weekend. Tonight, though, the Mets facing the Cubs and getting fat off of Greg Maddux. In trouble, trailing 4-1 in the 6th, and Wally Backman just kind of bloops one in, and the ball just died right there. Dykstra scores. Mets 5-1. Next man up, Keith Hernandez. The reliever is Drew Hall, who doesn't do very well at all. Rafael Palmeiro will not come up with it. Backman scores at 6-1. New York. Next man up, Darryl Strawberry. This one, no one's going to get to. It's off the wall. Keith Hernandez in and around and rolling towards the dugout. Great slide there, but it counts. New York out in front 7-1. They go on to take it 12-4, and New York has won 11 out of 15. So the Cards at the vet. No, they must.
And in search of their 3rd win in a row, tonight's game featuring a milestone for Keith Hernandez. Bottom of the 4th, tied at 1 apiece. Rafael Santana with the base hit to right field off of Greg Maddux. Gary Carter comes in to score. The Mets take a 2-1 lead and never look back after that. Bottom of the 6th now. Mets leading 3-1. Len Dykstra grounds to Ryne Sandberg, makes the nice stop, but the throw into first is not in time. And Keith Miller comes home. 4-1 Mets. Now 5-1 Mets. Drew Hall in relief. Keith Hernandez with a short fly to left field. This one drops in front of Rafael Palmeiro. Wally Bachman scores, and it's 6-1 Mets. Bottom of the 8th now, Jay Baller pitching. Hernandez grounds to Sean Dunston at short. A nice stop, but Hernandez is safe. The infield hit, a big one. The 2,000th of his career. He's the 14th active player to reach that plateau, the 154th in Major League history, and a nice ovation from the fans at Shea as the Mets win easily over the Cubs by the score of 12-4. Now, later on, Hernandez sprained his right ankle, but he apparently is okay. Wally Backman sprained his wrist. They took x-rays. They were negative, but in Bachman's case, it is a day-to-day situation. All right, meanwhile, leap and Worrell getting his 29th save. The 3rd place Expos at the National League East standings. You can see the Cards still out there in front. Their 1.5 game lead still exists over the Mets, also winners tonight. The Expos losing, so they dropped 3 back of St. Louis.
You know, you out of the cellar in the National League West. They are off the bases thanks to a triple play by the Houston Astros, and it's about as easy as it comes. Phil Garner starts it by hitting it to Doran, who flips to Reynolds, and take a look at it in instant replay, and you don't really have to, but you can see just how easy it is. They don't even have to whip it around the infield. They can almost throw it underhanded. We get the man at second. We'll just kind of flip it back to Glenn Davis, and that is our triple play of the day.
53 and 23. And they lead here 1-0 in the first. 2-2 the count. Curveball hit out to deep right field, way back, going. It is gone. Goodbye.
Wow. Oh, what a shot. Charlie Lee threw a hard fastball. That guy right there hit number 36. We talked about MVP candidates. How about Darryl Strawberry? He hit that ball an awful long way here at Olympic Stadium.
So the Mets take the lead by a score of 3-0.
Strawberry, by the way, now with 91 RBIs. Oh, boy, did he hit a home. Here it is. This picture's worth 1,000 words. Watch where it lands.
He put it in somebody's bedroom out there. So a rude welcoming for Charlie Lee.
Side angle, Darryl getting ahead of the bat, arms extended, and hits the ball a mile. Boy, oh boy.
So Strawberry in his last 11 games with 5 home runs, and now the batter is Kevin McReynolds, and he takes the first pitch.
Money all out there. Stacks of it. Well hit, deep right. Webster back, and this ball is out of here. Grand slam home run for Lynn Dykstra, and the Mets lead it 10-0.
Well, Dykstra with his 10th home run. That's a career high. His best before was 8, and a grand slam home run as the roof falls in on Bob Sebra, who had retired every batter he had faced until this inning. He had retired 12 in a row. So Sebra knocked out of the ball game on Dykstra's 10th home run, his first grand slam home run of this year. And the Mets, scoring 12 runs yesterday, now have scored 10 today.
The Cardinals' victory, 8-5 the final score. Meanwhile, in Montreal, 2 clubs chasing St. Louis. In the East, there are dreams in this stadium of a chilly World Series. They had to cool off the Mets first, and from the opening inning, Expos could not do that. Already 1-0. Darryl Strawberry golfs a Charlie Lee curve deep to right and out, a 2-run shot, number 36 on the year for him. Top of the second now, Lee's in trouble once more. Runner on third. Uncorks the pitch into the dirt. What dirt there is in that place. Tuffle hustles home. Buck Rogers' Expos are in serious trouble, basically because the runs have added up, and Dwight Gooden's on the mound very sharp, striking out Tom Foley on the wicked curve, and then getting Tim Wallach in the next inning on another curve. So mediocre during the day game, so unbeatable at night. He strikes out 11, matching the team high for one game this year. And the Mets win it 10-0. Gooden now 14-6 with a complete game. And the Mets stay then 1.5 back of the Cardinals. The Expos dropped to 4 games back. Meanwhile, at the Vet in Philadelphia. Last 6 games of the season, however, are with the Expos and the Mets. So somebody knew something way back when.
1 1/2 games out of first. The Expos only 3 games behind St. Louis. First inning, Charlie Lee uncorks a wild pitch. Len Dykstra scores. 3 Mets would cross the plate via the wild pitch route in this game. New York extends the lead. Darryl Strawberry unleashing those long arms and unleashing a 2-run homer to right center. His 36th of the year, 3-0 Mets. But the next time Strawberry comes to the plate, he pays for it against Joe Hesketh of Montreal. Hesketh, the lefty, nails Strawberry right in the floating ribs. That hurts. Strawberry left the game for x-rays. More on that in a moment. Dwight Gooden, meanwhile, was in untouchable form on the mound for the Mets, fanning Andres Galarraga here on a curveball. Gooden had 11 Ks. The Mets poured it on off the relief pitching of Montreal. Bob Sebra with the bases loaded lets Lenny Dykstra take him out of the ballpark for a grand slam home run. Sebra says it all by not saying anything. Dykstra's 10th homer of the year. The Mets crushed the Expos by a score of 10-0. Now, the Mets, Darryl Strawberry, you saw him get hit in that game, had x-rays on those ribs. The x-rays were negative, but the ribs definitely are bruised. Strawberry will have more tests on Thursday, but manager Davey Johnson says Strawberry may not play at all throughout this coming weekend. Meanwhile,
Hernandez hits it high and deep to right field. Reynolds going back, and it is gone! A grand slam home run for Keith Hernandez. And the Mets lead 5-2.
The first home run given up by Palacios in his major league career. It's a grand slam home run, and that is a team record for grand slams for the New York Mets. And here it is on the replay. Keith gets it all. It's just a matter of whether or not it's...
A sinker grounded to second. It could be two. Miller to Santana in time at first for the double play, and the Mets win the ball game 5-4. Roger McDowell picks up save number 24 as Rick Aguilera pushes his record to 10-2, and Aguilera has now won 7 starts in a row. The Mets win a game they really had to have, as St. Louis and Montreal had both already won tonight. So the top 3 spots in the National League East remain the same, as New York now is still 1.5 behind the St. Louis Cardinals.
And trying to stay within that game and a half of the first place Cardinals. Here's how it went. They started off with a night to remember. Hall of Famer Ralph Kiner played for Pittsburgh. Finally, they retired his number. 54 home runs he had back in 1949, 369 career homers. It was the Pirates who got on the board first in the first. 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Sid Bream goes deep over the head of Mookie Wilson. Eddie Van Slyke, Bobby Bonilla score, and it's 2-0 Pirates. Then in the 5th, it's 2-1, but the Mets have the bases loaded. Vicente Palacios going up against Keith Hernandez. You know what happens here, don't you? You know, just like in the storybooks, a grand slam, and this one is way, way gone. Hernandez with his 6th career grand slam, his first as a Met, and the Mets go on to win it by a score of 5-3. Rick Aguilera picks up the win. He's 10-2 now. He's won all 6 of his starts since returning from the disabled list. McDowell picks up the save, his 24th, and it was a 5-4 the final there, as you see it. I think we said 5-3. Hernandez with his 17th home run of the year. That's a career high for him. Darryl Strawberry, by the way, stole his 28th base in the game. He's now 2 away from the 30-30 club. The Mets now just a game and a half away from the Cards.
It's McKenzie on hand.
The original
and
was in a great mood.
Another thoroughbred. If Spud's really that, but in any case, Vince Coleman is. He sends it screaming into the wall in right center field. It gets past Von Hayes, and you know, Vince is picking him up, putting him down. Comes into third's got the triple, goes on to score. In fact, the Cards build a 3-1 lead. Todd Worrell in the 9th on in relief of Danny Cox, and can't make it hold up. He serves it up to Mike Schmidt, the solo blast, number 32 this season, number 527. It's 3-2 Cards. So Worrell goes out to right field. Ken Daly comes on in relief of Worrell, and Daly strikes out Von Hayes. Whitey Herzog comes in. He pulls Ken Daly, brings in Todd Worrell from right field, and Worrell gets the next 2 men, and by doing that, gets his 32nd save. And the Cards do hold on to beat the Phillies by a final tally of 3-2. Now, earlier today at Wrigley Field, the Cubs and the 2nd place Mets, and New York is going the wrong way. Bottom of the first, 1-0 New York, but not for long. Andre Dawson gets it up into the jet stream. It stays in the park, just inside the left field corner. but Sandberg is going to score. Palmiero, however, is gunned down at the plate. But still, 1 run in, ties the game at 1. Rick Sutcliffe in the 6th with the Cubs on top, 2-1. But Kevin McReynolds gets this one up and out of Wrigley Field. His 26th homer ties the game at 2. In the 7th, 2 outs. Dave Martinez up and lines a single up the middle. That brings in Chico Walker. The Cubs have a 3-2 lead. And we go to the 9th where Rick Sutcliffe gets the complete game victory. Mookie Wilson is caught looking. That pretty much tells the story if you're a Mets fan. Chicago 6-2. Sutcliffe becomes the National League's first 18-game winner, and the Mets lose their 4th in 6 games. And watch out, New York, because here comes Montreal. And by doing so, they pick up a game on the Mets, while the Expos pick up no games at all. They are 4 games back, and the schedule really favors St. Louis. They have 9 games left at home, including 3 against the Mets to close out the season on October 2nd, 3rd, and the 4th.
Game, top of the 8th inning, a critical game, obviously, for New York. There goes Strawberry. Breaking ball is high. The throw, not in time, and he's done it.
Darryl Strawberry, a member of the 30-30 Club. He becomes the 9th man to join that exclusive club, and he joins Howard Johnson of the Mets, who has already joined the 30-30 Club, and the throw allows Strawberry to get down there. He did not get a good jump, but the throw is high and offline, and Strawberry in there safely.
Wow, how many times have hitters been walked in front of Gary Carter? Cincinnati and San Diego off today. Ground ball in the hole, and Brumley knocks it down, and that was a key play, playing Carter way in the hole. So Gary with an infield base hit, and a rare one. The forefinger on his right hand that has the blister. And there you have it, 30-30. Isn't that nice? Arnie putting that up. Nice going, Arnie. Well hit, right center, way back, out of here! Home run, Howard Johnson, and the Mets lead it 5-1. Grand salami. I don't believe it.
Howard Johnson with a grand slam home run. And the Mets take the lead by a score of 5-1. And for Howard Johnson, that is home run number 36. And runs batted in number 93, 94, 95, and 96. Davey Johnson watching the flight of that ball, and now he sees it go out of the ballpark, and the pressure, at least for the moment, is off, as the Mets take a 4-run lead. He finally got a fastball out over the plate, and he gets a good part of the bat on it, drives it into the wind and out of the ballpark.
Oh, brother. 0-1 to Santana. It's now 5-1 New York. Boy, key hits the last 2 years. You talk about bringing smiles to the faces of his teammates. Look at this. Oh, that's great. He wants the ball.
I would think so.
Might have to get a ticket and pay for it, though. Some fans got it.
The price is going up.
Yeah, right. To the 100 RBI mark, but more importantly, it could put the Mets 2 games behind the Cardinals in this must-win game. 7th Grand Slam home run for the Mets this year, and that breaks an all-time record of 6 Grand Slams. And for Howard Johnson, his 4th lifetime and 2nd this year. Our crack statistician, who is also acting as traveling secretary now, that Arthur Richmond. Ground ball is short. That should do it. Santana over to Hernandez, and Dwight Gooden wins his 15th game of the year and his 7th complete game of the year as the Mets win a big ball game. Obviously, they're all big now. 7-1 final, so the Mets go to within 2 games of the Cardinals after dropping that game yesterday. St. Louis playing tonight. It'll be John Tudor against Don Carmen of the Phillies.
The last time in St. Louis, remember, the Phillies swept the Cardinals, and the Mets certainly hoping that that happens in this two-game series.
Two heroes of the ball game, Howard Johnson and Dwight Gooden. Johnson with a grand slam home run to break a 1-1 tie. That grand slam home run coming in the 8th inning. And the Mets pulling away and picking up 2 more in the 9th on a home run by Tim Tuffle with a man aboard. So Dwight Gooden, the winning pitcher, and his record by Ed Lynch in relief of Lancaster.
So Ralph and I will be back with a further wrap right after this.
Here's the line score. You're watching all the action on Sports Channel. There's a shot, base hit. So Darryl Strawberry picking up a base hit, his first of the game in
St. Louis. They're still batting, top of the 3rd inning.
Ground ball down the left field line. Here comes Hernandez. He'll score. Strawberry hustles the 3rd. McReynolds the 2nd. 3-2 Expos.
So do the Mets. Funny how this inning started. Hernandez with the line drive base hit, just out of reach.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch. There's a shot to left field. The Mets are going to take the lead. Gary Carter with his 3rd hit of the ball game. 2 more RBIs, and it's 4-3 New York.
Gary Carter with a little mini renaissance period, but instead of the Medici family, he's going to have the Davy Johnson and Fred Wilpon and Nelson Doubleday family as the sponsor. He has a couple more games like he's having. Swing and a miss. McDowell strikes out Webster, and Raines stays at first. And the Mets win it 4-3.
Roger McDowell picking up the big save for the New York Mets. His 25th save of the year, more than any other right-handed pitcher for the Mets. And the Mets have won the first of the 2-game series with Montreal. No matter what happens, the Mets cannot lose ground to the St. Louis Cardinals. They could move the 2.5 back to St. Louis. If they lose to Pittsburgh, they're trailing 1-0. And Montreal now 4.5 games back. And a crucial loss. Their magic number drops to 8. The Mets certainly coming up with a big victory here, coming from behind to score 3 runs in the 6th to take the lead 4-3, and then hanging on for dear life as they got some great pitching from McDowell and also Randy Myers. Here's the last pitch. He struck him out on 3 straight fastballs, and the Mets are the winners.
Well, you said it right, hanging on for dear life, and we all know how dear life is, and so does Davy Johnson. So the Mets win it. The totals on the game, 4-9-2 for New York, 3-8-0 for the Expos. The winning pitcher, John Candelaria, working 6 innings, giving up 3 runs. The Expos down in defeat. The Mets now 10-7 against Montreal this year. Ralph and I will be back with a further wrap-up after this word from Lee Seidman, who's in our studios.
East wants to play is the Pittsburgh Pirates. Why? They're in last place, right? Well, yeah, but the Bucks have been the hottest team in the National League of late, and they've gotten that way by beating up on all the contenders. Wednesday night, Pittsburgh was in St. Louis to battle the first-place Cardinals at Busch Stadium. Brian Fisher was on the mound for the Pirates. Cardinals have 2 on and 2 outs in the 2nd inning. Fisher pitching to former Pirate Tony Pena. See ya, Tony, have a seat. And Brian Fisher gets out of the 2nd. Bottom of the 8th, Pirates leading 1-0. The Cardinals threatening. Lance Johnson on 2nd, 1 out. Ozzie Smith grounds to Fisher. Johnson is caught in the rundown between 2nd and 3rd. Bonilla chases Johnson down, tags him out for the 2nd out. Then with Ozzie Smith still on 1st, Ozzie will attempt to steal on Junior Ortiz. Ortiz fires to Fermin, And Ozzie Smith is out at the end of the 8th. It's 1-0. The Pirates clinging to a 1-0 lead, looking for more insurance at the top of the 9th. And Bobby Bonilla gives it to him. Lining a base hit to left. Andy Van Slyke, the former Cardinal, scores. And the Pirates go on to beat St. Louis by a score of 2-0 as Brian Fisher tosses a nifty 2-hitter. What happened in New York? The Mets and the Expos. Top of the first, John Candelaria making his second start. In a Met uniform facing Tim Raines, no score. Tim Raines has just been on a tear all year, and he doesn't stop here. This one high to right center field. It'll fall in there. Lenny Dykstra can't get it. Bounces off the wall. Raines motors on into third. This will be a close play. Tuffle with the throw. What am I saying? There was never even a relay. I got to get new specs. 1-0 Expos after Raines scored. Bottom of the 6th, the Mets catch fire. It's 3-1 Expos, but McReynolds drives one down the line. Tim Wallach and Keith Hernandez both score, and the Mets come within 3-2. Next batter, Gary Carter facing Jeff Perrette in relief. He drives the 0-2 pitch to left. Strawberry scores. McReynolds follows him in. Carter went 4 for 4 in the night, and the Mets took a 4-3 lead. Now, the Expos have runners on the corners with 2 outs in the 9th, threatening to tie or take the lead, but no. Roger McDowell gets Mitch Webster swinging, and the New York Mets, before a raucous crowd at Shea, hang on to win for John Candelaria and themselves by a score of 4-3. Roger McDowell with his 25th save of the year. We'll check the standings in a moment. Phillies beat Chicago, lose a game of their lead. The Mets pull back within 2.5. They're 3 down in the loss column. Montreal is 4 games back. The magic number for the Cardinals is, if my UNIVAC is correct, is still 9. So there's still some work that needs to be done if Whitey Herzog and the crew are going to clinch the NL East.
UNIVAC.
Third 4 ties the game at 2. McGee goes to third. A walk then loads the bases, brings up Lance Johnson. He hits a grounder to third, but Darnell Coles can only tag the base. In comes McGee, and that's the game winner. The Cardinals pull it out in dramatic style at Busch Stadium in the bottom of the 9th, taking Pittsburgh 3-2. So at Shea Stadium, the 2 clubs chasing the Cardinals in the East, the Mets and the Expos. Top of the 5th, game tied at 1. Roger McDowell to Hubie Brooks. Down it goes down the third base line. In comes Mitch Webster. Expos have a 2-1 lead. Up comes Andres Galarraga, and watch what he does to the offering by McDowell. He screams it out of the park. A mammoth home run, hits the sign, and it's a 4-1 Expos lead, but the Mets come back. Put on the rally caps. 9th inning, bases loaded, 2 outs. Gary Carter at the plate. Randy St. Clair on the hill, and Carter grounds to third, step on the base, and that's it. Expos do it. They beat the Mets at Shea 5-4. And what that means is that Montreal is 4 back. The Mets dropped to 3.5 back. One other to pass along to you in the East at Wrigley this afternoon. The Phillies beat the Cubs.
Galarraga, and he will clean the bases with home run number 13. Long gone to left. Ask the Marlboro man about that one. 4-1 Expos. But the Mets fight back. Bottom of the 9th, 1 out. Tim Tuffle up, and he had a 4 for 4 night. Wrapping a single to left, and Mookie Wilson scores, and all of a sudden it's a 5-4 Montreal lead. Then the Mets load the bases with 2 outs. Gary Carter swing, and the ball to third. And that's the old ball game. The Mets left 11 men on base. Tough to do that and win a division. Let's move on. Philadelphia beats and purple or blue. I guess if you're eliminated, John, you're very blue about things. St. Louis leading by 3.5 now over New York, and 4 over Montreal.
Even with these, and Leon is breezed right there. Cardinals go on to win it. John Tudor gets the victory, his 9th of the year. Big, big, big ball game for the Cardinals to take. Now, the Pittsburgh Pirates handled the Mets today. Boy, that damaged their chances somewhat in the National League East. Pitcher Dwight Gooden facing pitcher Doug Drabek. 2nd inning, a bleeder. Mike LaValliere, the catcher, is able to motor home from second base. And watch this slide as he comes under the bridge of Gary Carter, right in there, 3-0 in favor of the Buccos. Now, Barry Bonds, the next man up, laces an inside curveball high and deep over the right field wall for a 2-run, well, kind of over the right field wall, but it got as close as it needed to get. 5-0 Pirates. Now, meanwhile, Drabek tooled a gem on the mound, got some defensive help from Jose Lynn, the topsy-turvy spin-top defensive play out there at second base to retire Dave Madigan and end the game. 8-2 Buccos, not bad for a little league team, which is what Dwight Gooden had called this club last week. Mets are now 3.5 games out, and by the way, they do end their season.
All-time high in runs batted in now, 102, and this ball hit deep to left field. But Bonds has some room. Will he get back there? He can't. It's off the wall. And it's a 3-run home run as Kipper throws a high fastball that McReynolds hits out of the ballpark. And the Mets have broken the game open here against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Kevin McReynolds showing all the excitement that he normally does.
Well, just about where McReynolds likes it. Out over the plate, he can extend those arms. His ball's way up in the air. You see the hang time on it.
Ojeda leaving at the end of the inning and receiving congratulations from Davy Johnson and others. And that appears to be all for Bobby, and a very good performance in his first start back since being reactivated September 1st after elbow surgery. At first base and advanced to second. Right before the inning started, the Mets flashed $3 million on the Diamond Vision scoreboard message board and released the orange, blue, and white balloons, signifying that New York has gone over $3 million in paid attendance this year. And they are the first club outside of the Los Angeles Dodgers in the history of Major League. The New York Mets have ended their 1987 home season in a big way with a 12-3 victory over the Pirates as Jesse Orozco strikes out Terry Harper for the final out and strikes out 4 in his 3 innings of work, closing out the ball game for Bob Ojeda, who is the winning pitcher. And Bobby's record now 3-5. The loser is Mike Dunn, the fine rookie of the Pirates, whose record falls to 12-6. And the players now will come out onto the field, not only congratulating each other, but acknowledging the fans here at Shea. Now, let's have a special retrospective look at the 1987 season for the New York Mets in a specially prepared music video.
This man's a child. This man is old. Sometimes he is mild. Sometimes he is bold. This man I love. Sometimes in spite of wishing he'd stick to his guns or abandon the
Players still in the dugout, having watched that video piece on the Diamond Vision, and the fans still standing and screaming, waiting for the players to come out. No one is left, and here comes the ball club back out onto the field.
The fans, of course, realizing that the Mets have a week to go in the season, and right now the magic number's still at 5. And I guess that's the most pertinent thing about this ball game, and kind of strange because you can almost feel it, Steve. The crowd really doesn't know whether to give their heart because they don't want to get the team down to go on the road trip because there's still a very real possibility the Mets may win this thing.
That's right. Neither the Montreal nor St. Louis games are over at this point.
6-3 Chicago, and Andre Dawson gets all of that one out of the park, way out of there to left center. His 47th homer of the year. He is a legitimate MVP candidate. The Cubs win it 7-3, and the Cubs took 2 out of 3 in that series against St. Louis, and that hurt the Cardinals because the second-place Mets were playing host to the Pirates as they tried to move to within 2.5 games of the Cards. 18th sellout at Shea Stadium as the Mets go over the 3 million mark for their last home game of the season. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Pirates. The bases are loaded for Keith Hernandez, who missed the last 2 games with a cold. He slices the Mike Dunn pitch down the left field line for a base hit. 2 runs will score as Ojeda and Dykstra come into the plate. 2-1 New York. Mets busted open in the next inning. 1 run already in, bases loaded. Strawberry, the seeing eye grounder up the middle off Bob Kipper. 2 runs score as Ojeda and Dykstra score again. It's 5-1. Next batter, Kevin McReynolds with 2 on. He crushes that one off the padding, over the fence and left for a 3-run homer. And Jim Leyland doesn't like it one bit. As the 3-men trot home for New York, he's smoking in the dugout as the Mets go on to rout the Pirates in this one as McReynolds takes the bow there. 12-3. McReynolds had 3 hits, 4 RBIs in that ball game. Ojeda, his first start since coming off the disabled list on September 1st. Since that elbow surgery, of course, kept him out for 3 months. Overdone. He'd been 9-1 in his last 10 decisions for the Pirates. So how about the third place? 3 behind. And look at this. The Expos will travel to St. Louis for 4 games in 3 days, and the Mets travel to Philadelphia for 3, so it'll probably come right down to the wire.
Ball to left field, but it will stay in. Jeffrey Leonard makes the squeeze on the warning track, and the Giants clinch the National League West. 5-4, the final score. And look at the celebration.
And the Minnesota Twins win it 5-3, and they clinch the American League Western Division title. You can see the celebration. Bring on the Giants with a Gatorade. Where are they? Where are they? They're not playing football. There they are. All right. Can Bill Parcells be far behind? I guess Juan Berenguer gets the win. Crucial for them, 3-game series in Philadelphia. Now, the Mets with a win could pull within 2 games of the idle Cardinals. Let's see what happened at the Vet. Top of the second, no score. The Phillies, Kevin Gross on the mound. Kevin McReynolds. He leads off with a shot over the shortstop's glove. You think the single, right? This is AstroTurf, friends. And McReynolds cruises on in with an easy double. Meanwhile, Howard Johnson says, hey, that looks pretty easy. I think I'll try the same area. He hits one down the left field line. A little bit tight, more tight to the foul line, but it falls in there for a double, and McReynolds scores 1-0. Now, the Met defense was great. Look at this Mike Schmidt shot to right center, right? No way that Len Dykstra can get it. Watch it. Lenny makes it. That's why they call him Nails. He's tough out there. John Candelaria was tough as well for the Mets, striking out Von Hayes here. The Phillies remain scoreless. Bottom of the 8th, still 1-0 Mets. Rick Aguilera has relieved Candelaria. 2 on, 2 out, gets Chris James to lazily fly out to Darryl Strawberry to get out of the jam. Mets pitching was very effective on Monday night. Bottom of the 9th, the Phillies threatening again. Milt Thompson at second with 2 outs, but Randy Myers in relief of Aguilera and Candelaria gets Samuel to fly out to Strawberry again. The Mets win it 1-0. As you can imagine, the Mets were very relieved with the victory Monday night, but it wasn't easy. In fact, nothing has been easy these days.
It's just been nail-biting time this whole time, and we know how important this series is here. It was very, very important. I don't know how many people can realize how big of a game this really was tonight, and we needed that because now we're just 2 games out, and now that puts a little bit more pressure on that Cardinal Expo series.
Those fans, the noise you heard in the background, Mets fans in Philadelphia. How revolting. Anyway, they were chanting sweep, sweep, sweep And if the Mets do that, they'll be in good shape going into St. Louis this weekend. There's a look at the latest standings. Mets 2 back, Montreal 3, but Yale with a
score at the end of 9.5 innings. The Mets 3 and the Philadelphia Phillies 3. And the fastball hit deep to left field. It could be gone. It's going, and it is gone. Goodbye. And the Mets have lost their ball game to the Philadelphia Phillies on a pinch hit home run by Luis Aguayo.
There's not nearly as much noise here as I'm sure there is at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. The Cardinals, by virtue of this loss, Aguayo's home run, have clinched a tie in the National League East. It could be a 3-way tie. It could be a 2-way tie.
The Cardinals would have to lose every one of their ball games, and they still would end up in a tie. But the Mets now have just about lost all the hope that they could ever possibly have on the pinch hit home run by Luis Aguayo, his 12th home run of the year.
They're merely dying. You say the respirator's on and the patient is gasping. Tonight in St. Louis, the Mets can witness their own demise. They're off, but how about that for a nice thought? They'll be in the stands watching the Cardinals and Expos. The Cards' magic number now 1, and if they beat those Expos, the Mets are goners. But if the Expos win, the Mets must then sweep the Cards this weekend to then force a playoff. Mets, well, they have been trying to catch the Cards the better part of the season. Here's another example of the kind of Golden Glove season Mets left fielder Kevin McReynolds is having. Nice catch, huh? Bottom of the 3rd, nobody's going to get this drive off the bat of Michael Jack Schmidt. Up and over the left center field wall, 3-0 Phillies. Top of the 5th now. The Mets start the comeback. No matter how far Phil's right fielder Glenn Wilson goes back, Darryl Strawberry's 39th homer of the year is gone. Then in the 6th, see you later time for Timmy Tuffle. A 2-run shot to tie things up at 3 apiece. Now, Dwight Gooden keeps the Mets in it, striking out the side in the 9th inning. He had 10 Ks for the game, and in my opinion, Davey Johnson should have never taken him out of the ball game, because in the 10th, Jesse Orosco on the mound, pinch hitter Luis Aguayo all over the low fastball, and he sends it over the wall to beat the Mets 4-3. Now, the Cards could have ended the Mets' misery last night if only they would have beaten Montreal.
Some time ago. And the figures will make them just the 3rd team in Major League history to draw $3 million. But they were expecting more this weekend. But the Cardinals took care of that last night. The New York Mets knew it, and Whitey Herzog knew that he was in the driver's seat. The New York Mets a little bit casual in the dugout, knowing that it's all over and their magic number has gone to something else. Top of the first 2 outs, Jim Lindemann gets things started. A blast to left off John Mitchell. This one long gone. The Cardinals on top 1-0. Plenty of the principals did not play in this game tonight. Bottom of the 3rd, Mets up 2-1. Lindemann again, chopper to Howard Johnson. Dave Magadan playing first is drawn off the bag. Then he goes back to 3rd. Everyone is safe. Oquendo would score later on as Mike Laga flied out to even the game at 2 apiece. Still bottom of the 3rd, and Doug DeCinces comes to the plate. Remember, picked up from the California Angels, and takes his Mitchell pitch out to left center. Len Dykstra goes after it, but can't come up to it as it bounces to the wall. The run comes in to score, and the Cardinals are on top 3-2. That's the game winner. First National League RBI for Doug DeCinces. He ends up with the double. Top of the 8th, 2 outs and 2 on. Steve Peters gets Dave Magadan to pop up, and there's Doug DeCinces again. Goes back. It comes back, and he squeezes the ball, and that ends the inning. Magadan, well, that's how the season has gone for the New York Mets as they lose it 3-2. John,
defending champion Mets down 16 in the West. The champion Giants, the only...
The St. Louis Cardinals were basking in the victory of their championship on Thursday night.